The Burning Sun scandal, when K-pop's glittering facade shattered. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most shocking and complex true crime stories to emerge from South Korea in recent memory. A scandal that would shake the foundations of the country's beloved K-pop industry, expose systemic corruption, reaching the highest levels of law enforcement, and ignite a nationwide reckoning with deeply entrenched misogyny and violence against women. This is the story of Burning Sun, a nightclub in Seoul's glittering Gangnam district that became ground zero for revelations of sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, and police corruption. It's a story about power, privilege, and the devastating ways they can be weaponized against the vulnerable. But it's also a story about courage, the bravery of journalists who refused to look away, of victims who came forward despite unimaginable pressure, and of one young woman whose final act of defiance would help bring the truth to light, even as her own life slipped away. The Burning Sun scandal didn't just topple some of South Korea's biggest entertainment stars. It forced an entire nation to confront uncomfortable truths about gender inequality, the protection afforded to the wealthy and famous, and the systems that allow predators to operate with impunity. This is a story that demands to be told, not just for what happened, but for what it reveals about the darker currents running beneath the surface of modern society. So settle in as we explore this labyrinthine case, peeling back layer after layer to understand how a single assault at a nightclub would unravel into one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean history. Part 1. The glittering world of K-pop and Gangnam's dark underbelly. To understand the Burning Sun scandal, we first need to understand the world it emerged from, a world of contradictions, where carefully crafted public images concealed private horrors, and where the machinery of fame operated according to rules very different from those that governed ordinary lives. By the late 2010s, K-pop had conquered the world. Korean pop music, with its infectious melodies, precision choreography, and impossibly polished performers, had become a global phenomenon worth billions of dollars. Groups like BTS, Blackpink, EXO, and Big Bang weren't just popular in Asia. They were selling out stadiums in Los Angeles, performing at Coachella, and topping charts worldwide. The so-called Korean wave, or Hallyu, had become one of South Korea's most successful cultural exports, projecting an image of the country as modern, vibrant, and irresistibly cool. At the heart of this industry were the idols themselves, young performers, often teenagers when they debuted, who had typically spent years as trainees in the grueling system maintained by major entertainment companies. These trainees would practice singing, dancing, and foreign languages for hours every day, living in dormitories and adhering to strict rules about their behavior, appearance, and personal lives. The successful ones would eventually debut in carefully assembled groups, each member chosen for a specific role and appeal. The public image of K-pop idols was meticulously managed. They were meant to appear flawless, wholesome, and devoted entirely to their fans. Romantic relationships were often forbidden or hidden, as the fantasy of availability was part of the idol's appeal. Scandals could end careers overnight. Fans expected purity, and the industry delivered it, or at least the illusion of it. But beneath this glossy surface, the K-pop industry had a darker side. The intense pressure, lack of privacy, and exploitation of young performers created an environment ripe for abuse. Female idols, in particular faced constant objectification and harassment. The same system that demanded perfection also demanded silence about its failures and cruelties. Seoul's Gangnam District embodied these contradictions perfectly. Made famous worldwide by Psy's 2012 hit Gangnam Style, this neighborhood on the south bank of the Han River was synonymous with wealth, luxury, and status. Designer boutiques lined the streets. Luxury cars cruised the boulevards. High-rise apartments commanded astronomical prices. Gangnam was where Seoul's elite lived, shopped, and played. And play they did. Gangnam's nightlife was legendary, a hedonistic playground where the wealthy and famous could indulge their desires behind velvet ropes and tinted windows. Nightclubs with names like Octagon, Arena, and Burning Sun catered to VIP clientele, places where celebrities could party without the prying eyes of the general public. These weren't just dance clubs, they were status symbols, exclusive worlds where the rules that governed ordinary life seemed not to apply. Burning Sun itself opened in February 2018, located in the Le Méridien Seoul Hotel in Yeoksamdong, in the heart of Gangnam. From the outside, it appeared to be just another high-end club, albeit one with an impressive pedigree. One of its publicity directors was Lee Seung-hyun, better known by his stage name Seungri, the youngest member of Big Bang, one of the most successful K-pop groups of all time. Big Bang had debuted in 2006 under YG Entertainment, one of the big three K-pop companies. Over the years, they'd become massive stars, not just in Korea, but throughout Asia and beyond. Forbes magazine reported that in 2015, the group had made $44 million in pre-tax earnings. They were cultural icons, trendsetters, whose music, fashion, and behavior influenced millions of fans. Seungri, born on December 12, 1990, had joined Big Bang at just 15 years old. As the youngest member, or maknae, he'd sometimes struggled to stand out among his more prominent bandmates. But he'd found his niche, not just in music, but in business. Seungri positioned himself as an entrepreneur, opening restaurants, launching a dance academy, investing in various ventures. He was multilingual, charismatic, and networked extensively. The media dubbed him Korea's Great Gatsby, a reference that would prove eerily prescient, like F. Scott Fitzgerald's J. Gatsby. Seungri's glittering parties and business success masked illicit activities carried out in the pursuit of wealth and status. In the summer of 2018, Seungri released his first solo Korean-language studio album and embarked on his first solo tour, aptly titled The Great Seungri. He was filling the void left by his Big Bang bandmates, who were completing their mandatory military service. Everything seemed to be going Seungri's way. He was successful, famous, wealthy, and positioned to become even more influential. But Seungri's world, and the world of Burning Sun, was built on foundations far more sinister than anyone outside could have imagined. Behind the pulsing music and bottle service, behind the VIP rooms and celebrity clientele, a culture of violence and exploitation flourished. Women were drugged and assaulted. Illegal videos were filmed and shared. Police officers looked the other way, their silence purchased with bribes and favors. It was a system that depended on the silence and complicity of many, the vulnerability of victims who had no voice, and the confidence of perpetrators who believed themselves untouchable. That confidence would prove to be their downfall. Because in November 2018, on a Saturday night at Burning Sun, an incident occurred that would set in motion a series of events exposing everything. a man named Kim Sang-kyo would file a complaint about what happened that night, a complaint that would ultimately trigger one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean entertainment history. His name was Kim Sang-kyo, and his decision to speak out would change everything, though his story, like so much about this case, would prove far more complicated than it first appeared. Part 2. The night that started it all. The date was November 24th, 2018. It was a Saturday night, and Kim Sang-kyo, a 28-year-old man, had come to Burning Sun with friends to celebrate a birthday. By his account, they'd reserved a table and were drinking champagne when around 7 in the morning, as the long night was winding down, he witnessed something that disturbed him. According to Kim's later testimony, he saw a woman at a nearby table who appeared to be in distress. A man was grabbing at her, trying to pull her back to the table. The woman broke free and hid behind Kim, grabbing onto his shoulder. Kim claimed he intervened, holding the man's arms back and asking security for help. Instead of assistance, Kim said, the man punched him. What happened next would become the subject of intense dispute and investigation. According to Kim's account, he was dragged outside the club by multiple staff members, including managers and security guards. Once outside, in an area without CCTV coverage, he was beaten severely. He managed to call the police at around 7:02 in the morning, but rather than stopping the assault, the beating continued. When police arrived at the scene, what happened next shocked Kim and would eventually shock the nation. Rather than arresting the Burning Sun employees who'd assaulted him, the police arrested Kim himself. He was taken to the Gangnam police station, where he claimed officers continued to abuse him. He was held for nearly 8 hours before being released to seek medical treatment. At the hospital, doctors documented extensive injuries. Kim had 4 fractured ribs, a condition called rhabdomyolysis, where muscle tissue breaks down and can cause kidney damage, paralysis in his right finger, and severe bruising throughout his body. These weren't minor injuries from a scuffle. They were the result of a sustained, brutal beating. But Kim's ordeal was far from over. In the days and weeks that followed, rather than investigating his assault, authorities seemed intent on building a case against him. Burning Sun staff claimed Kim had been the aggressor, that he'd been causing trouble in the club and sexually harassing women. The police, rather than treating Kim as a victim, treated him as a suspect. Frustrated and injured, Kim did something that would prove crucial. He went public. In late January 2019, he filed a petition with the Blue House, South Korea's presidential office, detailing what had happened to him. The petition described his assault in vivid detail, including his claims that police had colluded with Burning Sun staff to cover up the incident and falsify evidence. The petition quickly gained traction. Within days, over 200,000 people had signed it, demanding an investigation. Media outlets picked up the story. CCTV footage from outside Burning Sun began to circulate, showing Kim being beaten by multiple men while on the ground. Additional footage from inside the police station showed officers handling Kim roughly, contradicting their claims that they'd treated him appropriately. The public was outraged. Here was clear evidence of excessive force by both private security and police officers, yet the victim was the one facing charges. Questions arose. Why had police arrested the victim rather than his attackers? Why had they tried to suppress the CCTV footage? What were they trying to hide? Kim's case struck a nerve because it exemplified something many Koreans suspected but couldn't prove, that the wealthy and well-connected could literally get away with assault, with police serving as their protectors rather than enforcers of justice. Burning Sun was owned and operated by people with connections. Surely, many thought, those connections explained why Kim had been treated not as a victim, but as a problem to be dealt with. President Moon Jae-in himself weighed in, ordering a thorough investigation, not just into the Burning Sun assault, but into potential police corruption. The Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency announced they would examine the conduct of officers who'd responded to Kim's call and handled his detention. But as investigators began looking into Burning Sun, they discovered something unexpected. Kim's assault, serious as it was, turned out to be just the surface. Beneath it lay a world of criminality that went far beyond one nightclub beating. Investigators started hearing whispers about drugs, about women being assaulted, about illegal videos, about payments to police to look the other way. The more they dug, the more disturbing the picture became. It's important to note that Kim Sang-kyo's story would become more complex as events unfolded. While his initial complaint proved instrumental in launching the investigation that would expose the Burning Sun scandal, Kim himself would later face serious legal challenges. In the years following that November night, he was charged with more than 15 offenses stemming from events at Burning Sun. In November 2022, nearly 4 years after that fateful night, a court found Kim guilty of sexually harassing a woman at Burning Sun on the same evening he was assaulted, as well as obstruction of business and defamation. The court cited CCTV evidence and victim testimony in reaching its verdict. Kim received a suspended sentence of 1 year in prison with 2 years of probation, along with mandatory completion of a 40-hour sexual assault treatment program and 80 hours of community service. Kim maintained throughout his legal battles that many of the charges against him were attempts to discredit him as a whistleblower, and that authorities had aggressively pursued him in retaliation for exposing corruption. He was acquitted of 2 other sexual harassment charges due to insufficient evidence. The court did acknowledge procedural irregularities in Kim's arrest, including failure to properly read him his rights and improper handling during his transport to the station. This complexity doesn't negate the importance of Kim's initial report in exposing the systematic criminal activity at Burning Sun. His complaint, whatever the circumstances surrounding it, did trigger an investigation that would ultimately reveal crimes far more serious and widespread than anyone initially imagined. But it does illustrate something important about this case, that the events of that night and the scandal that followed involved layers of truth that defied simple narratives of heroes and villains. Real life rarely offers the clear moral lines that make for easy storytelling, and the Burning Sun scandal was no exception. What Kim's complaint did accomplish was this. It forced authorities to look closely at Burning Sun, and once they started looking, they couldn't ignore what they found, and what they found would prove explosive in ways no one could have predicted. Part 3. Burning Sun's Dark Reality. As investigators began examining Burning Sun in response to Kim Sang-kyo's complaint and the public outcry it generated, a picture emerged of a club where criminal activity wasn't an aberration but standard operating procedure. The assaults on customers, it turned out, weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a pattern of violence used to control the club and protect its illegal operations. Multiple women came forward with similar stories. They'd gone to Burning Sun for a night out and found their drinks tasting strange. They'd wake up the next morning, or sometimes days later, with little or no memory of what had happened, with injuries they couldn't explain, or in unfamiliar places. When they tried to report these incidents to police, they were dismissed, told they'd simply had too much to drink, that they needed to be more responsible. The stories followed disturbing patterns. Women reported feeling suddenly disoriented or losing consciousness after just 1 or 2 drinks. Security footage, when it existed, often showed women being carried or dragged out of the club by staff or male customers while clearly incapacitated. Club employees seemed not just indifferent to women in distress, but actively facilitating their removal from the premises. Investigators began testing for drugs commonly used to facilitate sexual assault. They found evidence of GHB gamma hydroxybutyrate, known colloquially as a date rape drug, and other substances designed to incapacitate victims. These drugs were being administered to club guests, particularly women, without their knowledge or consent. Once drugged, these women became vulnerable to assault, and the club's systems seemed designed to enable rather than prevent such assaults. The club's management structure also raised red flags. While Seungri was the most famous figure associated with Burning Sun, serving as a publicity director and business partner, the day-to-day operations involved a network of managers, promoters, and security personnel. Some of these individuals had connections to organized crime. One security staff member had ties to gangs, and there were allegations that the club employed violence not just against troublesome customers, but as a means of enforcing loyalty and silence among staff. Lee Moon-ho, one of Burning Sun's CEOs, became a focal point of the drug investigation. Authorities found evidence that Lee had not only used drugs himself, including ecstasy and ketamine, but had supplied them to club customers. This wasn't recreational use happening incidentally at a nightclub. This was systematic distribution, with drugs being provided to specific customers, often wealthy businessmen being entertained by club management. The club's financial records revealed other irregularities. There were allegations of money laundering, tax evasion on a massive scale, and violation of food sanitation laws. An investigation would later reveal that Arena, another club with similar ownership, had evaded approximately 16 billion won in taxes, around $14 million, between 2014 and 2017. But perhaps most disturbing were the allegations about prostitution. Investigators heard consistent reports that Burning Sun and other clubs in the same network weren't just venues where prostitution might happen incidentally. They were places where prostitution was actively arranged by management for VIP customers and potential investors. Women were recruited, sometimes under false pretenses, and provided to wealthy men as part of business entertainment packages. These weren't independent sex workers making their own choices about clients and compensation. These were women being directed, managed, and provided by club staff to men who'd been promised such services as part of their VIP experience. Some of the women involved may not have even realized they were being positioned as prostitutes until they found themselves in situations they couldn't easily escape. The scale of the operation was stunning. This wasn't a few corrupt employees taking advantage of their positions. This was systematic criminality woven into the club's business model. Burning Sun made money not just from bottle service and cover charges, but from facilitating illegal activities for customers willing to pay premium prices for experiences that existed outside legal boundaries. And none was more prominent than Seungri, whose name and image had been used to market Burning Sun to the young and wealthy. As a publicity director and business partner in the club, Seungri had benefited financially from Burning Sun's operations, but his involvement went deeper than many initially realized. As investigators dug into Seungri's business dealings and communications, they discovered something that would prove even more explosive than the revelations about Burning Sun itself. They found evidence of secret group chats on KakaoTalk, South Korea's most popular messaging app. And in these chats, Seungri and other prominent figures in the K-pop world had been discussing activities that would horrify the nation: prostitution arrangements, illegal hidden camera footage, and sexual assault. The scandal was about to get much, much worse. Part 4. The chat rooms, messages that exposed everything. The discovery of the KakaoTalk chat rooms represented a turning point in the Burning Sun scandal, transforming what had begun as an investigation into one nightclub into an expose of widespread criminal activity among some of South Korea's most famous and beloved celebrities. These messages, extracted from the personal phone of singer Jung Jun-young, would reveal crimes that had been going on for years, involving multiple famous figures and victimizing countless women. The story of how these messages came to light reads almost like a thriller. In September 2016, Jung Jun-young, then a rising star in the Korean entertainment industry, had been investigated by police after a woman accused him of secretly filming a sexual encounter. At the time, Jung's agency claimed the allegations were a misunderstanding, and in October 2016, after what the agency characterized as a thorough investigation, Jung was acquitted. The case was closed, and Jung's career continued uninterrupted. But someone knew the truth. When Jung took his phone to a private forensics company for repairs sometime around 2018, a technician there discovered something disturbing on the device: videos and chat messages that clearly showed Jung filming sexual encounters without the consent of the women involved, then sharing those videos with friends. The technician, whose identity has never been publicly revealed, made a decision that would prove momentous. Rather than simply fixing the phone and returning it, the technician copied the incriminating material. The technician then reached out to a lawyer named Bang Jung-hyun, sending him an email containing thousands of chat messages spanning an 8-month period from late 2015 through mid-2016. Bang recognized immediately that what he was looking at was evidence of serious crimes. When the Burning Sun scandal began making headlines in early 2019, Bang forwarded these messages to SBS's investigative news program SBS Fun-E and to the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. On February 26, 2019, SBS Fun-E published the contents of the first chat room. The revelations were explosive. The messages showed Seungri instructing staff at Burning Sun and his other business ventures to provide prostitutes to potential investors and wealthy businessmen. He discussed the arrangements in clinical, business-like language, treating the women involved as commodities to be provided as part of his hospitality to business partners. But that was just the beginning. On March 11, 2019, SBS's 8 o'clock news revealed more chat rooms, and these were far more disturbing. These groups included not just Seungri, but Jung Jun-young, Choi Jong-hoon, a former member of the popular K-pop group FT Island, and several other men. The content of these chats was genuinely shocking, even to investigators and journalists who thought they'd seen everything. Jung Jun-young had been systematically filming sexual encounters with women without their knowledge or consent. The videos showed women who were clearly drunk or unconscious, unable to consent to being filmed or to the sexual acts themselves. Jung would then share these videos in the group chats, sometimes within minutes of filming them. The other members would respond with messages cheering him on, requesting more videos, or sharing their own illegal footage. The messages weren't just evidence of crimes, they revealed the mindset of the perpetrators, their complete lack of respect for their victims, and their confidence that they would never face consequences. The men joked about drugging women. They discussed which victims were best and rated them. They shared tips on where to find vulnerable women and how to avoid getting caught. When one participant expressed mild concern about the legality of what they were doing, others laughed it off, assuring him that they had police connections who would protect them, and they weren't wrong to feel confident. The chat rooms also revealed a cozy relationship between these celebrities and high-ranking police officials. One figure referred to in the chats as the police superintendent general appeared to be providing the group with inside information about investigations and helping them avoid legal troubles. The group members joked about their police protection, confident that they were essentially untouchable. The sheer number of victims was staggering. According to court documents that would later be released, Jung Jun-young alone had filmed and distributed content from at least 11 different women between November 2015 and June 2016, and that only covered the period for which investigators had direct evidence. Jung had shared these videos across 5 different group chats and sent them in 3 separate private conversations, with 14 different people receiving the illegal material. The victims in these videos had not given consent to be filmed. Many didn't even know the videos existed until police contacted them during the investigation. Some of the women had been in relationships with Jung and thought they were having private, consensual, intimate moments. Others had been too drunk or drugged to know what was happening. When authorities reached out to these women as part of the investigation, many were devastated. One victim, interviewed by reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who broke the story, begged, "Please save me. How do I live after this?" The trauma inflicted on these women was immeasurable. Not only had they been violated in the most intimate way possible, but their private moments had been shared among strangers, turned into entertainment for a group of men who saw them as nothing more than objects. And because the videos had been shared digitally, the women faced the terrifying reality that these images might still be circulating, impossible to fully delete or contain. As investigators dug deeper into the chat rooms, more names emerged. In addition to Jung and Choi, the group included Kim, a former Burning Sun employee, Kwon Hyuk-jun, a businessman who would later be revealed as the older brother of Girls' Generation member Yuri, Heo, a former YG Entertainment employee, and several other men whose identities were protected due to their status as non-public figures. One particularly disturbing aspect of the chat rooms was the participants' discussions of gang rape. Messages suggested that multiple men had participated in assaulting unconscious or severely intoxicated women, with the attacks sometimes being filmed and shared. These weren't spontaneous crimes of opportunity, but coordinated assaults, with participants discussing logistics, sharing locations, and celebrating their crimes afterward. What made these revelations particularly shocking to the Korean public was the contrast between the public personas of these men and their private behavior. Jung Jun-young had been a beloved television personality, appearing on popular variety shows where he portrayed himself as charming and fun-loving. Choi Jong-hoon had been a member of FT Island, one of Korea's most popular rock bands, whose music often dealt with themes of love and respect. Seungri was a member of Big Bang, whose fans numbered in the millions worldwide. These men had stood on stages, accepted awards, and spoken about being role models. Their fame had been built on the devotion of fans, many of them young women, who'd supported their careers for years, buying albums, attending concerts, and defending them against critics. Those fans now had to reckon with the fact that their idols had been living double lives, projecting wholesomeness while privately engaging in the most degrading treatment of women imaginable. The technical integrity of the chat messages was carefully verified. When lawyer Bang Jung-hyun appeared on SBS's 8 o'clock news on March 11th to discuss how he'd obtained the messages, he explained that the files had been protected with tamper-proof verification, a hashcode system that would show if any alterations had been made. This meant the messages could stand as legitimate evidence in court, despite claims by some of the accused that the chats had been manipulated or taken out of context. As more chat room contents were revealed, the scandal expanded beyond just the core group. Other celebrities found themselves under scrutiny for their connections to the participants. Journalists began investigating whether other prominent figures in the entertainment industry might have been involved or had knowledge of these activities. The entire K-pop industry came under suspicion, with questions raised about how many more celebrities might be engaging in similar behavior, protected by their fame and industry connections. The chat room revelations transformed public perception of the scandal. What had started as a story about one nightclub's bad practices had become a window into a culture of misogyny, violence, and sexual exploitation at the highest levels of the entertainment industry. These weren't just random criminals. These were men who'd been role models, whose faces appeared on billboards and television screens, whose music played on the radio and in shopping malls across the nation. The discovery of these messages would lead to criminal charges, convictions, and prison sentences. But perhaps more importantly, they sparked a national conversation about the treatment of women in South Korea, the abuse of power by celebrities, and the systems that had allowed these crimes to continue for so long. The pretty facade of K-pop had been ripped away, revealing the ugliness that had been hidden behind it. Part 5. Goo Hara, the brave woman who helped expose the truth. Among the many tragic elements of the Burning Sun scandal, few are more heartbreaking than the story of Goo Hara. A former member of the popular girl group Kara, Hara would play a crucial role in exposing police corruption at the heart of the scandal. But the courage she showed would come at a devastating personal cost. Goo Hara was born on January 3, 1991. She debuted with Kara in 2008, and the group quickly became one of the most successful K-pop acts of the early 2010s. They were particularly popular in Japan, where they achieved mainstream success rare for Korean acts at the time. Hara was known for her bright personality, her dancing ability, and her dedication to her craft. But behind the scenes, Hara faced challenges that her public image didn't reflect. The pressure of idol life took its toll. The constant scrutiny, the impossible beauty standards, the grueling schedules, and the lack of privacy wore on her. Like many idols, she struggled with depression and anxiety, conditions that were often dismissed or stigmatized in an industry that demanded performers maintain cheerful, flawless public personas regardless of their internal suffering. In 2018, Hara's personal life became painfully public when her relationship with a hairdresser named Choi Jong-bum turned abusive. The couple had begun dating after meeting on the set of a beauty television program called My Mad Beauty Diary. Initially, the relationship seemed happy. but it deteriorated into violence and manipulation. On September 13, 2018, just 2 months before the Burning Sun incident, Choi broke into Hara's home while she was sleeping. According to Hara's account, a fight ensued, triggered by Choi's jealousy over Hara having lunch with a male acquaintance. The argument escalated into physical violence. Choi assaulted Hara, causing injuries including damage severe enough that she experienced uterine hemorrhaging. But the physical assault wasn't the worst of it. During the fight, Choi threatened Hara with something that would cause her even more terror than the violence itself. He told her that he had secretly filmed them having sex, and he would release the video to destroy her career if she didn't comply with his demands. This threat, the weaponization of intimate footage, would hang over Hara for the rest of her life. Both Hara and Choi filed assault complaints against each other. When the case went to court, the details that emerged painted a picture of a deeply abusive relationship. Choi had been controlling, jealous, and violent. The assault on September 13th was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern. Evidence showed that Choi had indeed filmed intimate encounters and had threatened to release them. In August 2019, a court found Choi guilty of assault, making threats, property damage, and coercion. However, he was not convicted on the illegal filming charge. The court ruled that there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove the recording itself was illegal, though it acknowledged he'd used the threat of releasing the video as blackmail. Choi received a suspended sentence, 1.5 years in prison, suspended for 3 years. This meant he wouldn't serve jail time unless he committed another crime during the probation period. The sentence sparked outrage. Here was a man who had violently assaulted his girlfriend, caused her significant physical harm, and blackmailed her with threats to release intimate footage that would destroy her career. And he received no jail time. The message to victims of domestic abuse and revenge porn seemed clear. The justice system would not protect them adequately. For Hara, the sentence felt like a betrayal. She'd been brave enough to come forward, to testify about her abuse in public, to allow the details of her victimization to become part of the public record. And in return, her abuser walked free. Worse, she faced intense public scrutiny and judgment. While some supported her, others blamed her for the relationship's problems, suggesting she'd somehow provoked Choi's violence or questioning why she dated him in the first place. The cruel logic of victim blaming was applied mercilessly. Choi had physically assaulted Hara, damaged her property, and terrorized her with threats to release intimate videos, yet he received only a suspended sentence. The message seemed clear. Even when the justice system acknowledged a man's abusive behavior, it wouldn't impose serious consequences. The stress of the case, combined with the intense public judgment, took a terrible toll on Hara's mental health. In May 2019, she attempted suicide. Fortunately, she survived, and her friend and fellow Kara member Gu Ji-young found her in time. Hara was hospitalized and later released, but the incident revealed the depth of her suffering. Around this same time, the Burning Sun scandal was unfolding. As we've already discussed, Hara reached out to reporter Kang Kyung-yoon to offer help with the investigation. Despite dealing with her own traumatic situation, the lawsuit, the suicide attempt, the continuing public scrutiny, Hara wanted to help other victims of illegal filming and sexual exploitation. Hara's role in identifying Yoon Kyu-gun as the corrupt police official protecting the Burning Sun criminals was crucial. She used her connection to Choi Jong-hoon, whom she'd known since their trainee days, to convince him to tell the truth. She recorded the conversation where Choi revealed Yoon's identity and provided it to investigators. Without Hara's intervention, this key piece of the puzzle might never have been solved. When Hara spoke to Kang about why she wanted to help, she explicitly identified with the victims of Jung Jun-young and the others. "I am also a victim of revenge porn," she told Kang. Hara understood what it felt like to have your intimate moments weaponized against you, to be threatened and violated, and then blamed for your own victimization. She wanted to prevent others from suffering as she had suffered. Hara's bravery during this period was remarkable. She was simultaneously fighting her own battle against an abuser, dealing with the psychological aftermath of a suicide attempt, and helping to expose one of the biggest criminal scandals in South Korean entertainment history. All of this while facing public judgment, online harassment from fans who didn't want to believe the accusations against their favorite celebrities, and the knowledge that her ex-boyfriend might at any time release intimate footage of her. After the Burning Sun scandal broke fully into public view, Hara continued her activities, including traveling to Japan for work commitments. She posted on social media, sharing updates with fans. In photos and videos from this period, she appears to be trying to maintain normalcy, to continue her career despite everything happening in her personal life. But beneath the surface, Hara was struggling terribly. On November 24, 2019, exactly 1 year and 1 day after the incident that started the Burning Sun investigation, Hara was found dead in her home in the Cheongdam neighborhood of Seoul. She was 28 years old. Police investigated and ruled the death a suicide. There were no signs of foul play. In her final Instagram post, published just 2 days before her death, Hara had written simply, "Goodbye" in Korean. To those who'd been watching closely, who'd seen her struggles, who understood the crushing weight she'd been carrying, the message was heartbreakingly clear. Hara's death devastated her fans and the Korean public, coming just weeks after the suicide of another female K-pop idol, Sulli, who'd also faced intense online bullying and harassment. Hara's death forced Korea to confront the dark side of its celebrity culture. The pressure on idols, particularly female idols, was not just intense, it was sometimes deadly. In the aftermath of her death, over 200,000 people signed a petition calling for stronger punishments for revenge porn and illegal filming. Another petition demanded action against online bullying and hate comments. Hara's suffering and her courage in fighting back against her abuser became a catalyst for demands for legal reform. In 2024, 5 years after her death, it was revealed that Hara had played an even more crucial role in the Burning Sun investigation than had been publicly known. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon disclosed the full extent of Hara's contribution, including how she'd helped identify Yoon Kyu-gun, Hara's brother, Gu Ho-in, who'd been present during the phone call with Choi Jong-hoon, confirmed his sister's involvement. Hara had known that helping with the investigation might bring more scrutiny to her own experiences with illegal filming threats. She'd known it might reignite public interest in her most traumatic experiences. She'd helped anyway, because she understood that staying silent protected perpetrators while speaking out protected potential future victims. Her final act of courage was trying to save others from the fate she'd experienced. The tragedy of Gu Hara's story lies not just in her death, but in the fact that the system failed her at every turn. When she reported her abuser, he received a sentence that felt like a slap on the wrist. When she faced public judgment, authorities did little to protect her from harassment and hate comments. When she tried to help expose corruption and sexual crimes, she had to carry that burden largely alone, without the support and protection she deserved. Hara's death remains one of the most painful chapters in the Burning Sun saga. She was a victim of the same culture that enabled the crimes at Burning Sun, a culture where women's pain was minimized, where abusers faced few real consequences, where speaking out often brought more suffering than silence. But she was also a hero, someone who refused to let her own victimization prevent her from helping others, who used her platform and her knowledge to fight for justice even when it cost her so much personally. In death, Hara became a symbol of what needed to change in Korea. Not just the laws around revenge porn and illegal filming, not just the treatment of abuse victims, but the entire culture that made women like her vulnerable and then blamed them for their vulnerability. Her memory became a rallying cry for reform, a reminder that behind every statistic about gender-based violence was a real person who'd suffered and deserved better. Part 6. Unraveling the Criminal Network. As the scope of the Burning Sun scandal became clear throughout early 2019, law enforcement agencies launched one of the most complex criminal investigations in South Korean history. What had begun as an inquiry into one nightclub assault had expanded into a multi-pronged investigation involving sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, embezzlement, tax evasion, and police corruption. Dozens of suspects, hundreds of victims, and thousands of pieces of evidence had to be tracked, verified, and prosecuted. The investigation was, in many ways, a race against time. Once the scandal broke publicly, there was concern that evidence might be destroyed, witnesses might be intimidated, and suspects might flee the country. Prosecutors and police had to move quickly to secure phones, computers, and other devices that might contain incriminating material. They had to interview victims who were often traumatized and reluctant to come forward. They had to navigate complex digital forensics to recover deleted messages and videos. Jung Jun-young was one of the first to be arrested. On March 21, 2019, police took him into custody on charges of illegally filming and distributing sexual content. Jung's immediate admission of guilt was startling. In a statement to the press, he said, "I admit to all my crimes. I filmed women without their consent and shared it in a chat room. And while I was doing so, I didn't feel a great sense of guilt." His candor seemed to reflect not remorse so much as resignation. He knew the evidence against him was overwhelming. But as police dug deeper, they uncovered allegations even more serious than the illegal filming. Women came forward claiming that Jung, along with other men, including Choi Jong-hoon, had raped them while they were unconscious or too intoxicated to resist. One woman described being assaulted by 5 men, including Jung, in March 2016 at a hotel. She'd been drinking and lost consciousness, waking later with injuries and fragmented memories of the attack. When she learned that the assault had been filmed and shared in a group chat, she was devastated. Choi Jong-hoon, the former FT Island member, was also arrested. Initially, Choi denied all charges, claiming he hadn't assaulted anyone, but evidence from the chat rooms showed him discussing assaults, and testimony from victims contradicted his denials. Choi had also been involved in a separate scandal, bribing a police officer to cover up a drunk driving incident. That investigation, too, became part of the broader case. Seungri's case proved more complex. While the chat room messages clearly showed him arranging prostitution services for business associates and potential investors, Seungri maintained that he'd been unaware of the illegal nature of these arrangements. He claimed his business partners had handled the details without his knowledge or approval, and that messages showing his involvement had been taken out of context or misunderstood. But prosecutors built a strong case. They had messages where Seungri explicitly discussed providing women to investors. They had testimony from employees who'd arranged these services at his direction. They had financial records showing payments related to prostitution services. Seungri was charged with multiple counts of prostitution mediation, essentially pimping, along with embezzlement, illegal gambling, and violation of the Food Sanitation Act. In March 2019, Seungri announced his retirement from the entertainment industry. "The public's anger toward me is very serious, because," he said in a statement, "I've decided to retire from the entertainment industry." He maintained his innocence on most charges, but acknowledged that his association with the scandal had become untenable. 2 months later, he enlisted in the military, a move that some saw as an attempt to avoid further scrutiny or to have his case handled by military rather than civilian courts. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was arrested on drug charges. Investigators found evidence that Lee had regularly used ecstasy and ketamine and had supplied drugs to club customers. Another club official, a promoter known as MD Cho, received even more serious charges related to drug smuggling and large-scale distribution. Police drug sweeps at Burning Sun and related venues netted hundreds of arrests for possession and distribution of various controlled substances. The police corruption investigation proved particularly difficult. Identifying and prosecuting corrupt officers required navigating an institution that was understandably defensive about accusations of widespread corruption. The blue wall of silence, the tendency of police to protect their own, made witnesses reluctant to testify and evidence difficult to obtain. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior police official identified through Gu Hara's intervention, became the highest-profile target. Yoon was arrested in March 2019 on charges of bribery and using his position to suppress investigations and provide inside information to club owners and operators. The charges alleged that Yoon had accepted bribes in exchange for warning club operators about planned raids, providing information about ongoing investigations, and using his influence to minimize the consequences when club operators were caught breaking laws. President Moon Jae-in personally weighed in on the scandal, calling for thorough investigations of both the entertainment industry figures and the police officers who'd enabled them. The Burning Sun incident is not just about one club, Moon said. It's about the culture of corruption and the abuse of power. He ordered police reforms, including better oversight of nightlife venues and stricter protocols for handling sexual assault cases, but the police corruption investigation faced obstacles. Many of the lower-ranking officers who'd responded to the initial Burning Sun call or who'd had regular contact with club officials received only administrative punishments, reprimands, suspensions, or transfers. The most serious charges were dropped or resulted in acquittals. In several high-profile cases, judges ruled that while the officers' conduct had been inappropriate, prosecutors hadn't proven criminal intent or that money had actually changed hands. This frustrated many who felt the scandal had revealed systemic corruption that went unpunished. The two officers most directly involved in Kim Sang-kyo's arrest and detention were cleared of assault charges, with the court ruling that while their procedures had been flawed, there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove they'd intentionally harmed Kim. The message seemed to be that institutional failures and bad judgment weren't criminal offenses, even when they enabled serious crimes by others. Meanwhile, victims of the crimes faced their own challenges. Many women who'd been filmed without consent or sexually assaulted struggled with whether to cooperate with investigators. Coming forward meant having their victimization become part of the public record. It meant facing questions about their behavior, their clothing, their alcohol consumption, or the victim blaming that typically accompanies sexual assault cases. It meant potentially facing the perpetrators in court, reliving trauma, and having intimate details of their assaults discussed by strangers. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who'd broken many of the key stories, became an advocate for these victims. She worked to protect their identities while ensuring their stories were told. She faced death threats and harassment for her reporting, threats serious enough that she required police protection at times. Other journalists investigating the scandal faced similar intimidation, highlighting how dangerous it could be to challenge powerful men and institutions. Some victims chose to settle their cases privately rather than go through criminal trials. Under Korean law, certain offenses can be settled through financial compensation and agreements not to pursue charges if the victim agrees. This created controversy. Some felt it allowed wealthy perpetrators to literally buy their way out of consequences. But for victims, the decision to settle often came from exhaustion, trauma, and the knowledge that even successful prosecutions might not bring satisfying justice. The investigation also revealed the scale of the Molcha problem in South Korea. The Burning Sun case wasn't isolated. It was part of a much larger epidemic of illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Police were overwhelmed with complaints about hidden cameras in changing rooms, public restrooms, hotels, and other spaces. Websites openly hosted and profited from illegal content. The technology to film secretly had become cheap and ubiquitous, while the legal and social responses had lagged far behind. By mid-2019, prosecutors had indicted dozens of people in connection with the Burning Sun scandal and related cases. The entertainment industry reeled as more names emerged. Several other celebrities found themselves under investigation for their connections to the chat rooms or similar behavior. Talent agencies scrambled to distance themselves from the scandal, while fans grappled with the reality that their idols had committed serious crimes. The trials themselves would take years. COVID-19 pandemic-related delays, appeals, and the sheer complexity of the cases meant that final sentences weren't handed down for some defendants until 2021 and 2022. But as the legal process unfolded, the contours of justice and its limitations became clear. Part 7. Verdicts, Sentences, and the Incomplete Nature of Justice. The legal proceedings arising from the Burning Sun scandal stretched across more than 3 years, with trials, appeals, and final verdicts gradually determining the fates of those involved. The sentences handed down would spark debates about whether justice had truly been served, whether the powerful and famous received preferential treatment, and whether the legal system adequately addressed the severity of the crimes. Yong Jun-young and Choi Jong-hoon were tried together for rape and sexual assault. On November 29, 2019, the Seoul Central District Court delivered its verdict. Young was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Choi received 5 years. Both were also ordered to complete 80 hours of sexual violence treatment programs. Judge Kang Seong-soo, in delivering the sentence, was blunt about the nature of their crimes. The defendants are well-known celebrities and friends, but the chat they've had showed that they simply considered women as objects of sexual pleasure and committed crimes that were extremely serious, he said. Strict punishment is inevitable, as the damage inflicted has not properly been recovered and the victims demand harsh penalties. Jung's 6-year sentence covered multiple crimes: 2 counts of gang rape committed in 2016, where he and other men had assaulted unconscious women, and 11 counts of illegal filming and distribution of sexual content. The court found that Jung had systematically filmed women without consent, often when they were unable to resist, and had shared this content with others for entertainment. On appeal, Jung's sentence was reduced to 5 years. The appellate court acknowledged his expressions of remorse and the fact that he'd admitted guilt, though many observers noted that this remorse had only come after he'd been caught with overwhelming evidence against him. Jung would ultimately serve the full 5-year sentence, being released from prison in March 2024. Choi Jong-hoon's 5-year sentence reflected his participation in gang rapes and his attempts to use his celebrity status and connections to avoid consequences. Evidence showed that after one assault, Choi had contacted police officials, asking them to suppress the investigation. This attempt to manipulate the justice system was considered an aggravating factor. Unlike Jung, Choi had initially denied all charges before eventually pleading guilty during the trial process. Seungri's case took a different path because he'd enlisted in the military before being formally charged. This meant his trial was conducted by a military court rather than a civilian court, following different procedures and potentially different standards. Critics argued this gave Seungri an advantage, as military courts were sometimes seen as more lenient. In August 2021, a military court found Seungri guilty on all 9 charges against him. These included prostitution mediation, procuring prostitution services for himself, embezzlement of approximately 528 million won, around $455,000, habitual gambling in Las Vegas involving approximately 2.2 billion won, around $2.2 billion million, violation of the Foreign Exchange Transaction Act, violation of the Food Sanitation Act, sharing illegally filmed content, and ordering subordinates to threaten people. The court sentenced Seungri to 3 years in prison and ordered him to pay a fine of approximately 1.15 billion won, about $9 million, $190,000. While this was a substantial sentence, prosecutors had asked for 5 years, and many felt 3 years was insufficient given the range and severity of his crimes. But Seungri's legal journey didn't end there. He appealed the sentence, and in January 2022, a military appeals court reduced his sentence to 1.5 years. The reduction came after Seungri admitted to all charges and expressed remorse, a marked change from his earlier denials. The appeals court cited his acknowledgement of guilt and stated intention to reflect on his crimes as mitigating factors. In May 2022, South Korea's Supreme Court upheld the 1.5-year sentence, making it final. Because Seungri had already served several months, he faced approximately 9 more months in civilian prison after being discharged from military service. He was ultimately released in February 2023, having served less than 2 years total. The reduction of Seungri's sentence sparked outrage. Many felt that his wealth and celebrity status had allowed him to receive preferential treatment. The pattern seemed clear: admit guilt, after fighting charges for years, express remorse once it becomes strategically advantageous, and receive a reduced sentence. For a man who'd arranged for women to be provided to business associates as commodities, who'd benefited financially from prostitution and illegal activities, and who'd shown no remorse until legally cornered, 1.5 years seemed inadequate. Other figures in the scandal received varied sentences. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was sentenced to 1 year for habitual drug use. MD Cho, the promoter involved in large-scale drug smuggling, received 4.5 years. These sentences, while substantial, still seemed light relative to the damage done and the scale of the criminal enterprise they'd operated. Yoon Sok, Seungri's business partner, who'd admitted to arranging prostitution services for investors, received a suspended sentence of 3 years probation. He'd cooperated with investigators and testified against others, which worked in his favor. His willingness to provide information about how the prostitution arrangement worked and who had benefited from it was considered valuable to the prosecution's case. Yang Hyun-suk, the head of YG Entertainment, the company that had managed Big Bang, was fined for illegal gambling and money transactions in Las Vegas. While the fine was substantial, the fact that a major entertainment company executive faced no jail time for activities that included covering up or being connected to criminal behavior disappointed many observers. The police corruption cases proved most frustrating for those seeking accountability. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior officer accused of bribery and protecting Burning Sun, was ultimately acquitted at trial. The court ruled that while his conduct had been inappropriate and his relationship with club operators suspicious, prosecutors hadn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he'd accepted bribes or intentionally suppressed investigations. The acquittal suggested how difficult it was to prosecute corruption cases when evidence often came down to he said, she said testimony and circumstantial connections. Lower-ranking officers involved in the initial response to Kim Sang-kyo's assault were disciplined administratively but faced no criminal charges. 12 out of 40 officers involved in the case received some form of disciplinary action, but the punishments were generally minor: reprimands, short suspensions, transfers to different departments. None faced the kind of serious consequences that might deter future corruption or misconduct. This pattern of minimal accountability for institutional actors contrasted sharply with the years-long legal battles faced by individuals like Kim Sang-kyo, who, despite triggering the investigation that exposed the scandal, ended up convicted of sexual harassment and other charges himself. The system seemed more capable of punishing individuals than of reforming the institutions that enabled their crimes. For the victims, the legal outcomes were mixed at best. Some received validation when their perpetrators were convicted and sentenced to prison. These convictions acknowledged, in the formal language of law, that real crimes had been committed against them. But the sentences often felt inadequate to the harm suffered. Years in prison couldn't undo violations, couldn't remove videos from the internet, couldn't restore privacy or dignity or peace of mind. Many victims also received financial settlements from perpetrators seeking to resolve civil claims. While the money provided some tangible benefit, it also highlighted the transactional nature of justice for the wealthy. Write a check, serve a reduced sentence, move on. For women whose intimate moments had been filmed without consent and shared among strangers, no amount of money could truly compensate for the violation. The scandal's legal resolution also highlighted problems with how South Korea handled sexual crimes. Convictions for rape and sexual assault often resulted in surprisingly light sentences compared to many other developed nations. The concept of quasi-rape, sexual assault of someone unable to consent due to intoxication or unconsciousness, sometimes received lesser punishment than forcible rape, as if taking advantage of an unconscious victim was somehow less serious than physically overpowering a conscious one. Illegal filming and distribution of intimate content, despite the severe psychological harm to victims, often resulted in fines or suspended sentences for first-time offenders. The laws had been strengthened over the years, but enforcement remained inconsistent. Judges sometimes showed leniency toward defendants who expressed remorse or who claimed they hadn't understood the seriousness of their actions. Lenience that victims felt was misplaced. The incomplete nature of justice in the Burning Sun scandal reflected broader truths about legal systems everywhere. Perfect justice, outcomes that fully heal victims, adequately punish perpetrators, and prevent future crimes is perhaps impossible. Legal systems can provide formal acknowledgement of wrongdoing, can remove dangerous individuals from society temporarily, can create some deterrent effect. But they cannot undo harm, cannot restore what was taken, cannot make victims whole again. For the women victimized by Yoon Jun-young, Seung-gi, Choi Jong-hoon, and others, the convictions and sentences provided something, validation, a sense that they'd been heard and believed, the knowledge that their abusers would face consequences. But they also had to live with the knowledge that their private moments remained somewhere in the digital ether, potentially being viewed by strangers. They had to cope with trauma that would take years to process. They had to rebuild lives that had been shattered by violations they'd never asked for and often hadn't even known about until investigators contacted them. The Burning Sun legal proceedings concluded with convictions and sentences, but not with closure. The trials ended, but the harm continued. Justice had been served in a formal sense, but in the lived experience of victims, justice remained incomplete and always would be. Part 8. The broader context: South Korea's reckoning with gender-based violence. The Burning Sun scandal didn't occur in a vacuum. It emerged from and exposed broader patterns of gender-based violence in South Korean society, particularly the phenomenon of molka, illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Understanding the scandal requires understanding this wider context and the women's movement that was fighting for change even before Burning Sun became headline news. The term molka is a Korean abbreviation meaning secret camera or hidden camera. While technically it could refer to any covert filming, in practice it came to specifically mean illegal filming of women for sexual purposes in bathrooms, changing rooms, subway cars, or during intimate encounters. The content would then be shared online, often for profit, creating a market for violations of women's privacy and dignity. By the late 2010s, molka had become epidemic in South Korea. Hidden cameras were found in public bathrooms, hotel rooms, changing facilities, and even women's homes, installed by stalkers or former partners. The technology had become incredibly sophisticated and miniaturized. Cameras could be hidden in pens, clocks, air fresheners, power outlets. Nearly any object in a room might conceal surveillance equipment. The websites hosting this content operated openly with minimal legal consequences. Men would share footage they'd taken and discuss techniques for filming without detection. Some operated as sophisticated businesses, charging subscription fees for access to large libraries of illegally obtained content. The women in these videos often had no idea they'd been filmed, much less that their most private moments were being bought and sold online. Women responded by becoming hypervigilant. They learned to check bathrooms for suspicious objects, to cover or avoid certain types of fixtures that commonly concealed cameras, to be constantly on guard in spaces that should have felt safe. This hypervigilance itself was a form of harm, the psychological burden of knowing you might be filmed at any moment, that your body might become content for strangers' consumption without your knowledge or consent. In 2018, women in South Korea began organizing mass protests, specifically targeting Mocha crimes and the inadequate legal and social responses to South Korean history, with tens of thousands of women taking to the streets of Seoul and other cities. The protests held in May and June 2018 were particularly significant. Women gathered in Seoul's Daehangno area, holding signs reading, "My life is not your porn," and demanding stricter punishments for perpetrators, better enforcement of existing laws, and social recognition of Mocha as a serious crime rather than merely embarrassing or unfortunate incidents. The protesters highlighted stark disparities in how the justice system treated perpetrators versus victims. Men caught filming illegally often received fines or suspended sentences, particularly for first offenses. Meanwhile, the women who'd been filmed faced lifelong consequences: anxiety, trauma, the fear that videos of them might surface at any time, damage to relationships and careers if their victimization became known. The protests also drew attention to the common practice of blaming victims for Mocha crimes. When women were secretly filmed, they often faced questions about why they'd been in certain spaces, why they hadn't been more careful, whether they'd somehow invited the attention. This victim blaming deflected responsibility from perpetrators to victims, making women responsible for preventing men's crimes against them. The connection between the Mocha epidemic and the Burning Sun scandal was direct and profound. Young Jun Young's crimes weren't different in kind from the Mocha cases that had sparked the protests. They were different only in that he was famous, wealthy, and had felt so secure in his impunity that he'd shared his videos anonymously online. The sense of entitlement, the objectification of women, the confidence that consequences would never come. These were the same elements that, for the women who'd been protesting throughout 2018, the Burning Sun, this wasn't a problem of a few deviant individuals. It was systematic, reaching to the highest levels of entertainment and business. The police corruption was the same corruption that allowed sexual assault faced, was the same victim blaming that made women afraid to report Mocha crimes. The protests continued throughout 2019, now explicitly connecting the Mocha epidemic, the Burning Sun scandal, and broader issues of gender inequality. At the protests, women held signs reading "Rape Cartel" and "Dismantle the Boys Club." They demanded prosecution involved in Burning Sun, but of the police officers who'd protected them, the executives who'd enabled them, and the industry structures that had allowed such behavior to flourish. The protests also highlighted how thoroughly women's concerns had been dismissed before, when women had been reporting strange incidents at clubs, suspicious drinks, waking up with no memory of the previous night. Their complaints had been ignored or minimized. They were told they just had too much to drink, that they needed to be more careful, that they were making mountains out of molehills. The revelation that these complaints had been accurate, that women really were being systematically drugged and assaulted at places like Burning Sun, underscored how completely the system had failed them. International attention focused on South Korea's gender issues. Reports noted that the country ranked near the bottom among developed nations for gender equality, with significant pay gaps, limited representation of women in leadership positions, and deeply entrenched cultural attitudes that viewed women as subordinate to men. The combination of the Mocha protests and the Burning Sun scandal put South Korea's treatment of women on the global stage, creating pressure for change from both domestic and international sources. But progress remained halting. Even as some reforms were implemented, new cases emerged. The Nth Room scandal, which broke in 2020, revealed another massive operation involving sexual exploitation and distribution of illegal content through Telegram chat rooms. It demonstrated that despite the awareness raised by Burning Sun, the fundamental problems remained. The women who'd led the protests understood that real change would require more than punishing individual perpetrators. It would require dismantling the cultural attitudes, power structures, and institutional failures that enable gender-based violence to flourish. The Burning Sun scandal was a symptom of much deeper issues, and addressing it properly meant confronting those issues directly. The movement for change included not just protests, but legislative efforts. Activists pushed for stronger penalties for illegal filming, for mandatory education programs about consent and respect, for better training of police and prosecutors handling sexual assault cases, for resources to help victims remove illegal content from the internet. Some reforms were enacted, though advocates argued they didn't go far enough. The Burning Sun scandal, despite its horrors, provided an opportunity. It forced conversations that had been avoided. It made visible patterns of abuse that had been normalized or hidden. It created political will for reforms that had previously faced resistance. The question was whether that opportunity would lead to meaningful change, or whether, once the scandal faded from headlines, old patterns would reassert themselves. For the women who'd been fighting against gender-based violence long before Burning Sun became news, the scandal was both vindicating and exhausting. Vindicating because it proved they'd been right about the scope and severity of the problem. Exhausting because it showed just how much work remained to be done, how deeply entrenched the attitudes and systems they were fighting against truly were. Part 9. Lessons and Legacy. Years have passed since the Burning Sun scandal first broke, and the immediate crisis has faded from daily headlines. The convicted have served or are serving their sentences. The club itself has long since closed. The entertainment careers of those involved have ended, though some have attempted comebacks to varying degrees of success and public acceptance. But the lessons of Burning Sun remain relevant, both for South Korea and for societies everywhere grappling with similar issues. First, the scandal demonstrates how easily systems meant to protect the vulnerable can be corrupted to instead protect the powerful. The police officers who should have investigated crimes instead suppressed them. The entertainment industry that should have safeguarded its artists instead created conditions where abuse flourished. The cultural norms that should have promoted dignity and respect instead enabled violence and exploitation. At every level, institutions failed the women who were victimized, choosing instead to protect men with money, fame, and connections. Second, the scandal reveals the particular vulnerability women face in societies marked by deep gender inequality. The crimes committed at Burning Sun and documented in the chat rooms weren't random acts by disturbed individuals. They were systematic exploitation enabled by cultural attitudes that viewed women as objects existing for male pleasure. The victim blaming that survivors faced, the lenient sentences perpetrators received, and the difficulty victims had in getting their cases taken seriously all reflected these underlying attitudes. Third, the scandal shows the power of journalism and civic engagement in forcing accountability. Without reporters like Kang Kyung-yoon and Park Hyo-sil, the truth might never have emerged. Without Kim Sang-kyo's refusal to stay silent, despite the personal cost, the investigation might never have begun. Without the mass protests by women demanding change, authorities might have continued ignoring the Molka epidemic and related crimes. Change came not from institutions working properly, but from people outside those institutions, forcing them to act. Fourth, the scandal demonstrates that fame and success don't correlate with character. Jung Jun-young, Seungri, and Choi Jong-hoon had achieved what millions dream of: success in the competitive entertainment industry, wealth, and the adoration of fans. Yet they were capable of terrible cruelty and criminality. The lesson isn't that fame corrupts, though it certainly can, but that we shouldn't assume success means someone is inherently good. Character must be demonstrated through actions, not inferred from accomplishments. Fifth, the scandal highlights how digital technology can enable new forms of violation. The ease with which Jung could film and distribute videos, the encrypted chat rooms where criminals coordinated, the websites where illegal content was bought and sold, all these reflected how technology that could be used for good could also facilitate terrible harm. South Korea's struggles with Molka crimes showed how quickly predators could adapt new technology for their purposes and how slowly legal and social systems responded. Finally, the scandal reminds us that justice is often incomplete. While some perpetrators faced consequences, many others didn't. Police officers who'd enabled crimes received minimal punishment. The cultural attitudes that enabled systematic abuse remained largely unchanged. Victims received some acknowledgement, but no real recompense for what they'd lost. Legal victories didn't erase trauma or restore violated privacy. Perfect justice was impossible, and survivors had to make peace with whatever imperfect justice the system provided. What then should be done? The answer is complex and multifaceted. Legal reforms must continue and deepen. Stronger penalties for sexual violence, illegal filming, and distribution of sexual content are necessary. Police corruption must face serious consequences. Victim protection mechanisms need strengthening. Digital sex crimes require specialized investigation units and courts equipped to handle the technical and psychological complexities these cases involve. Cultural change is perhaps more important than legal reform. Societies must actively combat misogyny, teaching boys and men to view women as full human beings deserving respect. Consent education must become standard. Victim blaming must be challenged whenever it appears. Celebrity culture needs reform, moving away from treating entertainers as products to be consumed and toward recognizing their humanity and agency. Institutional accountability must be enforced. Entertainment companies must face real consequences when they enable abuse. Police departments must be held accountable for corruption and failures to protect citizens. News media must maintain high standards of investigative journalism even when powerful interests pressure them to back off. Without institutional accountability, individual prosecutions ring hollow. Support systems for victims must expand dramatically. Women who experience sexual violence, illegal filming, or other violations need access to competent, compassionate support, legal aid, mental health counseling, assistance removing illegal content from the internet, protection from retaliation. The burden of seeking justice shouldn't rest entirely on traumatized individuals navigating hostile systems alone. International pressure can play a constructive role. South Korea, like many countries, cares about its international reputation. Foreign attention to ongoing problems with digital sex crimes, gender inequality, and police corruption can create pressure for reform that domestic criticism alone might not achieve. However, this pressure must come from a place of genuine concern rather than cultural superiority. Every society struggles with gender-based violence and institutional corruption in various forms. The Burning Sun scandal will, in time, fade from headlines and public consciousness. The convicted will serve their sentences and attempt to rebuild their lives. New scandals will emerge to capture public attention. But the lessons of Burning Sun about power, privilege, gender, and justice remain relevant. The suffering of victims like Goo Hara, who paid the ultimate price for her bravery, must not be forgotten. The courage of journalists who faced death threats to expose the truth must be honored. The determination of women who protested under the banner, "My life is not your porn," must inspire continued activism and reform. Change is possible, but not inevitable. It requires sustained effort from many people over long periods. It requires individuals willing to speak up when they witness wrongdoing. It requires journalists willing to investigate powerful people. It requires prosecutors and judges committed to equal justice under law. It requires voters demanding accountability from elected officials. It requires parents raising children who understand respect and consent. It requires all of us choosing to be part of the solution rather than complicit in the problem. The story of Burning Sun is ultimately about choices. The choices made by predators to hurt others, the choices made by systems to protect the powerful rather than the vulnerable, but also the choices made by brave individuals to resist, to speak truth, to fight for justice. In telling this story, we honor those who made the hard choice to stand up, and we challenge ourselves to do the same when we encounter injustice in our own lives and communities. Thank you for staying with me through this difficult but important story. If you found this examination of the Burning Sun scandal informative, please consider subscribing to the channel. More importantly, if you or someone you know has experienced sexual violence or illegal filming, please reach out to appropriate support services in your area. You are not alone, and what happened to you was not your fault. Remember, silence protects perpetrators, while speaking out protects potential future victims. The bravest thing any of us can do is refuse to stay silent in the face of injustice. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Korea's death mall, 502 dead and 40 missing inside high-end department store. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most devastating peacetime disasters in South Korean history. A story of greed, corruption, and unimaginable tragedy that unfolded in the heart of Seoul's most affluent district. This is the story of the Sampoong department store collapse, where a symbol of economic prosperity became a tomb for over 500 people in just 20 seconds. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this case involves real victims and grieving families. We'll handle this story with the respect and sensitivity it deserves while examining how such a preventable tragedy could occur. If you appreciate detailed, thoroughly researched true crime content, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. Now let's step back to Seoul, South Korea, in the summer of 1995. Part 1. Seoul's gleaming surface. The summer heat hung heavy over Seoul on June 29, 1995. In the affluent Seocho district of Gangnam, the afternoon sun beat down on streets lined with luxury boutiques, expensive restaurants, and gleaming high-rises. This was the face of South Korea's economic miracle, a neighborhood that embodied the nation's transformation from war-torn poverty to Asian tiger prosperity in just 4 decades. At the heart of this district stood the Sampoong department store, a bright pink building that had become a landmark since opening its doors in July 1990. 5 stories of retail paradise rose above 4 basement levels, connected to a second wing by an elegant atrium lobby. The store's distinctive cotton candy pink exterior made it impossible to miss, a beacon drawing shoppers from across Seoul with promises of designer fashion, electronics, cosmetics, and fine dining. On this particular Thursday, the store was busier than usual. Despite the oppressive heat, approximately 1,500 customers and employees moved through the climate-controlled interior, browsing the latest fashions, sampling cosmetics, shopping for electronics, or dining in one of the 8 restaurants on the 5th floor. The Sampoong department store attracted roughly 40,000 visitors daily during its 5 years of operation, establishing itself as one of Seoul's premier shopping destinations. For most people inside the building, June 29th seemed like any ordinary day, albeit uncomfortably warm. The air conditioning had been mysteriously turned off, leaving shoppers and staff to endure the stifling humidity that characterizes Seoul summers. Customers complained to store clerks, asking why such a prestigious establishment would operate without proper cooling. The employees, just as uncomfortable and confused, had no real answers. Management had made the decision, and they were simply told to keep working. 19-year-old Park Seung-hyun worked in the children's department on the 1st basement level. Even without air conditioning, she maintained her professional demeanor, helping customers select clothing for their kids, processing purchases, restocking shelves. It was just another shift in what she thought would be another ordinary day. Years later, she would recall that despite the heat, despite the minor inconveniences, life continued normally. Customers shopped, workers worked, the rhythms of commerce carried on. 18-year-old Yoo Ji-hwan, another store clerk, dealt with increasingly irritated customers who questioned why Sampoong, of all places, would have non-functioning air conditioning. Based on later testimony, employees working the floor that day weren't informed about the building's structural issues. The deliberate shutdown of the cooling units on the roof and management's attempts to reduce stress on the failing ceiling remained known only to upper management. Above her head, cracks were spreading like spider webs across concrete that could no longer bear its burden. On the 5th floor, where 8 traditional Korean restaurants attracted crowds with their ondol floor heating and authentic cuisine, diners sat cross-legged on warm floors, enjoying bibimbap and bulgogi, completely unaware that the floor beneath them was slowly giving way. The restaurants had been particularly busy for weeks, drawing customers who appreciated both the food and the commanding views of Gangnam from their elevated perch. Outside, Seoul throbbed with the energy of a city on the rise. South Korea had spent the past decade cementing its position as an economic powerhouse. The 1988 Summer Olympics had put Seoul on the world stage, showcasing gleaming infrastructure and technological prowess. In the years since, construction cranes had become permanent fixtures of the skyline. New buildings seemed to sprout overnight. The economy was expanding at breathtaking speed. But beneath this gleaming surface, serious problems festered. The construction boom that followed the Olympics had overwhelmed local companies, prohibited from hiring international contractors due to protectionist regulations. South Korean construction firms found themselves juggling too many projects with too little oversight. Speed and profit took priority over safety and quality. Corners were cut, bribes were paid, warnings were ignored. The Sampoong department store was a perfect embodiment of this dangerous combination of ambition and negligence. What looked from the outside like a monument to prosperity was, in reality, a disaster waiting to happen. Every structural decision, every modification, every ignored warning had been building toward this moment. The building had been doomed from its inception, and now, after 5 years of operation, it was finally about to fail in the most catastrophic way possible. But for the 1,500 people inside at 5:57 that evening, the danger remained invisible. The structural fractures spreading through concrete columns, the groaning of overstressed steel, the building slowly surrendering to forces it was never designed to withstand. All of this was happening beyond their awareness. They were simply going about their lives, making purchases, eating meals, earning wages, with no indication that they were standing inside what would soon become South Korea's deadliest peacetime disaster. Part 2. The Economic Miracle and its Dark Side. To understand how the Sampoong department store collapse could happen, we need to understand the context of South Korea's explosive growth in the decades leading up to 1995. This wasn't just a story about one corrupt developer or one poorly constructed building. It was a systemic failure born from a culture that prioritized rapid development over public safety, that valued economic growth above human life. The transformation of South Korea following the Korean War remains one of the most remarkable economic stories of the 20th century. In 1953, when the armistice finally brought an end to 3 years of devastating conflict, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. The war had destroyed much of the nation's infrastructure. Seoul lay in ruins. Poverty and hunger were widespread. The future looked bleak. But over the following decades, South Korea underwent a transformation so dramatic that economists coined a term for it: the Asian tiger economy. Through a combination of authoritarian planning, export-focused industrialization, and heavy investment in education, South Korea began its climb from the ashes. By the 1980s, this once devastated nation had become a global manufacturing powerhouse, producing everything from ships to semiconductors to automobiles. The 1988 Summer Olympics marked South Korea's coming-out party on the world stage. Hosting the Olympics was both a point of national pride and a catalyst for massive infrastructure development. Seoul needed to present itself as a world-class city capable of hosting athletes and tourists from around the globe. This meant new stadiums, new hotels, new roads, new everything. The construction boom that preceded the Olympics was staggering in scale. Cranes filled the skyline. Entire neighborhoods were demolished and rebuilt. New commercial districts rose where farmland had been only years before. The government poured resources into making Seoul shine, and private developers rushed to capitalize on the opportunity. But this breakneck pace of development came with serious costs. South Korean law at the time prohibited foreign construction companies from signing contracts for projects in Seoul. This protectionist policy was intended to benefit local firms, but it had unintended consequences. Domestic construction companies suddenly found themselves overwhelmed with more projects than they could properly manage. The results were predictable. Quality suffered. Safety standards were ignored. Buildings were erected quickly and cheaply to meet impossible deadlines. Corners were cut at every stage of construction. Inferior materials were used. Structural specifications were ignored. Building codes existed on paper but were rarely enforced in practice. Corruption became endemic in the construction industry. City officials, responsible for inspections and code enforcement, found themselves in a position to demand bribes in exchange for looking the other way. Developers, eager to cut costs and speed timelines, were more than willing to pay. A culture of graft and negligence took hold, creating an environment where dangerous buildings could be approved and occupied despite obvious safety concerns. The broader South Korean culture of the time reinforced these dangerous practices. The nation's rapid development had created what some observers called an egocentric society, where individuals competed ruthlessly to privatize resources and maximize personal gain. The collective trauma of war and poverty had given way to a hustle culture obsessed with wealth accumulation and status. Success was measured in one and real estate, not in the safety or well-being of the community. This was the environment into which Lee Jun entered when he decided to build what would become the Sampoong department store. Lee embodied many of the traits that characterized South Korea's economic elite during this era. Documents from the trial and investigative reports reveal a pattern of ruthless ambition and a consistent disregard for regulations. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, the evidence suggests he saw past the site's history as a former landfill with questionable soil stability. What mattered was its prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. Lee Jun was the chairman of the Sampoong Group's construction division, a position that gave him significant resources and connections. He had built a business empire through a combination of shrewd investment and strategic relationships with government officials. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, he didn't see a former landfill with questionable soil stability. He saw a prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. The site had previously been used as a landfill, which engineering standards would typically flag as requiring extensive soil analysis and reinforced foundations. In the freewheeling construction culture of 1980s Seoul, however, such technical concerns could be, and often were, dismissed when financial incentives and political connections aligned. Lee Jun had the capital, the connections, and the determination to build something impressive on this spot, and the available evidence suggests he wasn't inclined to let geological complications interfere with his plans. The broader economic context made projects like Sampoong particularly attractive. South Korea's middle and upper classes were growing rapidly, and they had disposable income to spend on consumer goods. Department stores represented a relatively new retail format in Korea, offering a more upscale shopping experience than traditional markets. The success of early department stores had proven there was demand for this type of shopping environment, especially in wealthy areas like Gangnam. Gangnam itself was emblematic of the new South Korea. The area south of the Han River had been transformed from agricultural land into the most expensive real estate in the country. Luxury apartments, designer boutiques, and high-end restaurants catered to Seoul's newly wealthy. A large, prestigious department store in the heart of this district seemed like a can't-miss proposition. But the same forces that made the project attractive also made it dangerous. The pressure to build quickly and cheaply, the culture of cutting corners, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the prioritization of profit over safety. All of these factors would come together in the construction of Sampung, creating a building that looked impressive from the outside, but was fundamentally unsound. The Sampung story is often framed as the result of one man's greed and negligence, and while Lee Jun certainly bears enormous responsibility for what happened, the disaster was also a product of its time and place. It was the inevitable result of a construction culture that had lost sight of basic safety principles in the rush to build bigger, faster, and cheaper. It was the culmination of years of ignoring warning signs, of prioritizing economic growth over human life, of valuing appearance over substance. Other disasters had already provided warnings that something was seriously wrong with South Korea's construction practices. The Seongsu Bridge, which connected Seoul's Gangnam district to the rest of the city, had collapsed in October 1994, only 8 months before the Sampung disaster. 32 people died and 17 were injured when a section of the bridge suddenly gave way during morning rush hour, sending vehicles plunging into the Han River below. The bridge collapse had sparked public outcry and prompted some discussion of construction safety, but not enough to prevent what was coming. The underlying issues, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the culture of cutting corners, the lack of meaningful oversight, all of these problems remained unaddressed. And so when Lee Jun began construction on his department store in 1987, all of the conditions were in place for another catastrophic failure. Part 3. A building doomed from the start. The story of the Sampung department store's construction is a masterclass in how not to build anything, let alone a large commercial structure that would house thousands of people daily. From the initial planning stages through to the building's completion in 1989, virtually every decision made was wrong, and virtually every warning was ignored. Construction began in 1987, with the Sampung Group breaking ground on what was originally planned as a 4-story residential apartment building. The project was assigned to Woosung Construction, a reputable firm that had been hired to handle both the construction and project supervision. The initial blueprints called for a straightforward residential structure with 4 floors above ground and 4 basement levels. The design included proper load-bearing columns, appropriate reinforcement, and structural elements suitable for the building's intended purpose. But Lee Jun had other plans. Midway through the construction process, he made a fateful decision to completely change the building's purpose. Instead of apartments, he wanted a department store. This wasn't a minor modification. It was a fundamental transformation that would require extensive changes to the building's structural design. Apartment buildings and department stores have very different requirements in terms of open floor space, load distribution, and structural support. To accommodate his new vision, Lee Jun demanded significant modifications to the existing blueprints. Support columns needed to be removed to create the open floor plans necessary for a retail environment. Walls had to be reconfigured. The entire internal structure had to be reimagined. Perhaps most critically, Lee Jun decided to add a 5th floor to the building, taking it beyond its original 4-story design. The engineers at Woosung Construction immediately recognized the problems with these proposed changes. The building's foundation and structural framework had been designed for a 4-story residential building, not a 5-story commercial structure. Removing support columns would critically compromise the building's ability to bear its own weight. The load calculations would be entirely wrong. The whole plan was structurally unsound and potentially catastrophic. When the Wusung engineers raised these concerns and refused to implement the dangerous modifications, Li Jun's response was swift and decisive. He fired Wusung Construction and hired his own company to complete the project. This move allowed him to circumvent the professional concerns of qualified engineers and instead impose his will on the construction process. Anyone who disagreed with his plans would simply be removed and replaced with someone more compliant. The new construction company proceeded to implement all of Li Jun's modifications, despite their obvious structural problems. Support columns were removed to make way for escalators. The fifth floor was added, and it didn't stop there. Li Jun continued to make changes as construction progressed, each one further compromising the building's integrity. The fifth floor itself underwent multiple transformations. Initially, it was supposed to be a roller skating rink. This designation was partly a way to circumvent zoning regulations that restricted pure retail development in the area. By classifying the fifth floor as recreational rather than commercial, Li Jun could sidestep certain restrictions. But he later changed his mind again, deciding instead to install 8 traditional Korean restaurants on the top floor. This final change had serious structural implications. Traditional Korean restaurants use a floor heating system called ondol, which involves hot water pipes running through a thick concrete base. To accommodate this heating system, the fifth floor needed an unusually thick concrete foundation. Instead of a standard floor, the restaurants sat on concrete that was 1.2 meters thick, roughly 4 feet. This massively increased the weight that the building's structure would need to support. But the problems went far beyond just adding weight. The entire building was designed using what's called a flat slab structure. This type of construction doesn't use the crossbeams or steel skeleton that would normally help distribute loads across the building. Instead, each floor is essentially a flat concrete slab supported directly by columns. This can work if the columns are properly sized and spaced, but it leaves little margin for error. Li Jun, in his quest to maximize open floor space for retail use, made another critical decision. He ordered that the diameter of the building's support columns be reduced from 80 centimeters to just 60 centimeters. That's a reduction from about 31 inches to 24 inches. This might not sound like much, but in structural engineering, such changes have enormous implications for load-bearing capacity. The reduced columns simply weren't adequate to support the weight they would eventually be asked to bear. To make matters worse, the spacing between columns was increased to 11 meters, about 36 feet. This maximized the amount of open floor space, but meant that each individual column had to support a much larger area of the floor above it. Fewer columns, each one undersized for its task, trying to hold up floors that were heavier than originally designed. It was a recipe for disaster. The construction company also used substandard materials. The steel reinforcing rods embedded in the concrete were thinner than building codes required. The concrete itself was of inferior quality. Every aspect of the construction cut corners, sacrificed safety for cost savings, and ignored basic engineering principles. As construction neared completion, Li Jun made one final modification that would prove to be the proverbial last straw. He decided to install 3 large air conditioning units on the roof of the south wing. Each unit, when empty, weighed 15 tons. When filled with water and fully operational, they were even heavier. These units were designed to cool the entire building, and their weight far exceeded what the roof had been designed to support. The installation of these air conditioning units demonstrated the utter carelessness that characterized the entire project. Instead of using cranes and professional equipment movers to carefully position the units, workers simply dragged them across the roof to their final locations. This created tremendous stress on the roof surface, literally gouging cracks into the concrete as the heavy equipment scraped across it. The damage was immediately visible, but no one seemed concerned. The final structure was a catastrophe waiting to happen, built on a former landfill, designed for one purpose but used for another. Support columns removed and undersized. Floors made heavier than intended. Materials below code specifications. Massive weights added to a roof that couldn't support them. Every single element of the building's construction was wrong. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire construction process was how it was allowed to happen. Building inspectors were supposed to ensure that structures met safety codes. City officials were supposed to enforce regulations. Engineers were supposed to refuse to sign off on dangerous designs. But at every step, these safeguards failed. Corruption played a central role in this failure. Lee Jun used bribes to get his building approved despite its obvious deficiencies. City officials accepted payments to look the other way. Inspectors rubber-stamped paperwork without actually examining the structure. The entire regulatory system that was supposed to protect public safety had been compromised by greed. 12 local building officials would eventually be convicted of accepting bribes in connection with the Sampung project. These weren't small payments. Some officials received as much as $17,000, a substantial sum in 1980s South Korea. In exchange, they approved modifications that any competent engineer would have recognized as dangerous. They issued permits for a building that never should have been allowed to open. When the building was finally completed in late 1989, it looked impressive from the outside. The distinctive pink facade gave it a cheerful, modern appearance. The spacious interior featured wide aisles, high ceilings, and an elegant atrium connecting the two wings. To the casual observer, it seemed like a perfectly normal, even upscale, department store. The building opened to the public on July 7, 1990. From the beginning, it was a commercial success. The location in affluent Gangnam attracted wealthy shoppers. The variety of stores and restaurants gave people reasons to spend hours browsing. Within weeks, the store was drawing an estimated 40,000 visitors per day. Revenue was strong. Lee Jun's gamble appeared to have paid off. But beneath the surface, the building was already showing signs of stress. Small cracks appeared in walls and ceilings. Floors sometimes made unsettling sounds. Vibrations from the air conditioning units could be felt throughout the upper floors. These were warning signs that something was wrong, but they were ignored or dismissed as minor issues. The building operated for nearly 5 years before its final catastrophic failure. During that time, it generated enormous profits for Lee Jun and the Sampung Group. Thousands of people shopped there. Hundreds of employees worked there. It became a landmark, a destination, a symbol of Seoul's prosperity. And all the while, the structural deficiencies that had been built into its very foundation were slowly worsening. Cracks spreading, columns weakening, the building inexorably moving toward collapse. Part 4. The Warning Signs. The Sampung department store didn't collapse without warning. In the months and weeks leading up to June 29, 1995, the building practically screamed that it was in distress. Cracks appeared and widened, floors sagged, strange sounds echoed through the structure. But at every turn, management chose to ignore these warnings, prioritizing profit over the safety of employees and customers. The first serious signs of trouble appeared in April 1995, about 2 months before the collapse. Cracks began forming in the ceiling of the 5th floor in the south wing, right where the 8 Korean restaurants were located. These weren't hairline fractures that might be dismissed as cosmetic issues. These were substantial cracks, the kind that should immediately trigger alarm in anyone who understands buildings. The restaurant staff noticed the cracks and reported them to management. The response revealed a troubling pattern. Instead of closing the floor for inspection or bringing in structural engineers to assess the situation, management simply moved merchandise and some equipment from the 5th floor down to the basement. The choice to relocate items while keeping the building operational suggests management recognized there was a problem serious enough to warrant moving valuable goods, yet not serious enough, in their judgment, to interrupt business operations. Over the following weeks, the situation deteriorated. The cracks didn't just stay the same size, they grew. New cracks appeared. The ceiling began to sag visibly in certain areas. Water started leaking through the cracks. These were all clear indicators of structural failure in progress, yet the store remained fully operational. Employees who worked on the 5th floor became increasingly nervous. Some reported feeling the floor move beneath their feet. Others heard strange creaking and groaning sounds coming from the structure itself. These are the sounds a building makes when it's under stress, when structural elements are beginning to fail. But management continued to assure workers that everything was fine, that there was no danger, that they should just keep working. Then came June 29th, the day the building would finally fail. That morning, the situation went from concerning to critical. The cracks that had been slowly widening over the past 2 months suddenly began expanding rapidly. What had been inch-wide gaps in the concrete became gaping fissures several inches across. The ceiling of the 5th floor wasn't just sagging anymore. In some places, it was visibly bowing downward. Store employees who arrived for work that morning were immediately struck by how bad things looked. The cracks were no longer something you might miss if you weren't paying attention. They were obvious, alarming, impossible to ignore. Several employees approached management with their concerns. The building didn't feel safe. Something was clearly wrong. Shouldn't they close the store, at least temporarily, while engineers assess the situation? Management's response was to close the 5th floor restaurants, but that was it. The rest of the store would remain open for business. After all, it was a Thursday, and Thursdays were typically busy shopping days. The number of customers in the building was unusually high. Closing the entire store would mean losing a day's revenue, and Lee Jun was not willing to accept that loss. By mid-morning, civil engineering experts were finally brought in to examine the structure. Their assessment was immediate and unequivocal. The building was in imminent danger of collapse. They recommended immediate evacuation and closure of the entire building. This wasn't a suggestion for some time in the future. They meant right now, immediately, get everyone out. But Lee Jun, who had arrived at the store after being notified of the situation, looked at the packed floors of customers and made a fateful calculation. The engineer's warnings pointed to imminent danger, but his actions that day suggest he either didn't believe the severity of their assessment or prioritized financial considerations above evacuation. The store was generating substantial revenue, and every operational hour represented significant sales. Based on witness testimony from the trial, he decided the building would remain open. Around noon, in an attempt to reduce stress on the failing structure, management made the decision to shut off the building's air conditioning system. This is why customers and employees that day found themselves sweltering in the summer heat. The massive cooling units on the roof were turned off, and the water was drained from them. This was meant to reduce both the weight and the vibrations stressing the roof. But it was far too little, far too late. The structural damage had been accumulating for years. The building had been doomed from the moment it was constructed, with undersized columns and removed supports. Turning off the air conditioning in the final hours wasn't going to save it. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, more ominous signs appeared. The fourth-floor ceiling, directly below the fifth-floor restaurants, was now sagging noticeably. The concrete was bowing downward under the enormous weight pressing on it from above. Management finally decided to close the fourth floor as well, but still kept the lower 3 floors and the basement levels open for business. 5 hours before the collapse, at around 1 in the afternoon, the first of several loud bangs echoed through the building. These weren't subtle sounds. They were sharp, explosive noises that startled customers and employees throughout the store. The sounds were support columns beginning to fail, concrete and steel giving way under stress they could no longer withstand. Each of these bangs should have triggered an immediate evacuation. But incredibly, management still did not order people to leave. Employees on the lower floors, who might not have fully understood how serious the situation was, continued working. Customers continued shopping. The store's PA system did not announce an evacuation. No alarms were sounded. Some employees, recognizing the danger, even without official instruction, began leaving on their own. They could hear the ominous sounds. They could feel something was terribly wrong. They trusted their instincts and got out. These people would survive. Others, following management's assurances that everything was under control, stayed at their posts. These would be the victims. Lee Jun himself, along with several other senior executives, left the building in the early afternoon. The timeline established through trial testimony shows they were present for the engineering assessment and departed shortly afterward. Yet no evacuation order was issued to employees or customers. The contrast between their departure and the continued operation of the store below became one of the most disturbing aspects of the disaster. Those with the authority to order an evacuation and ensure everyone's safe exit instead chose to leave without doing so. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the building was still operating. The lower floors were still full of customers. Employees were still at their registers and departments, and the structure was entering its final hour of existence. Witnesses later described hearing what sounded like small explosions or gunshots in the hour before the collapse. These were support columns failing one after another, the building's structural system beginning a cascading failure that would soon become catastrophic. Each failing column transferred more stress to the remaining columns, which were already inadequate for the loads they were bearing. At 5:47, just 10 minutes before the collapse, workers throughout the building heard a sound unlike anything before, a deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the building itself. The structure was screaming its distress. Some people finally understood that they needed to get out immediately. A rush toward exits began. But for most of the 1,500 people still in the building, there simply wasn't enough time. At 5:50 in the evening, alarms finally began sounding throughout the store. Automated fire alarms had been triggered by the building's movements. A recorded announcement told people to evacuate immediately. But the warning came just 7 minutes before the building would collapse. 7 minutes for 1,500 people to realize the danger, stop what they were doing, and make it to exits and downstairs to safety. It wasn't enough time. Not nearly enough. Part 5. 20 Seconds of Hell. 5:57 on the evening of June 29, 1995. For 1,500 people inside the Sampung department store, the world was about to end in the most terrifying way imaginable. The collapse didn't begin with a single catastrophic failure. It was the culmination of a cascade that had been building for the past several hours, indeed for the past several years. But when the final failure came, it was sudden, violent, and complete. The initiating event was the complete separation of Column 5E from the fifth-floor slab. This column, located in the center of the south wing, had been showing signs of critical stress for hours. The cracks at its base had widened throughout the day. The concrete had been crumbling. And now, at 5:57, it finally gave way completely. When a support column fails in a flat slab structure like Sampung, the results are catastrophic. Without the column to support it, the concrete slab above begins to fall. But it doesn't fall cleanly. The concrete around where the column was attached experiences what engineers call punching shear failure. Essentially, the column punches through the floor slab like a fist through paper. The moment Column 5E failed, the portion of the fifth floor it had been supporting dropped. This wasn't a slow settling. It was a sudden, violent drop of several feet. The impact sent shockwaves through the rest of the structure, and more critically, it transferred all of the weight that Column 5E had been carrying onto the surrounding columns. Those surrounding columns were already operating at or beyond their design capacity. They were undersized for their task. They had been weakened by years of stress and by the constant vibration from the air conditioning units. Now suddenly, they were being asked to support not just their original load, but the additional load from the failed column. They couldn't do it. Within seconds, these columns also began to fail. As each one gave way, it transferred its load to the next column, creating a cascading failure that rippled outward from the initial failure point. It was like watching dominoes fall, except each domino was a massive concrete column, and each fall dropped another section of floor. The fifth floor collapsed first, dropping into the fourth floor. The combined weight of both floors, along with the momentum of the falling concrete, was more than the fourth floor could bear. It failed almost instantly, collapsing onto the third floor. Then the third floor gave way, dropping into the second, then the second into the first. Each floor pancaking onto the one below in rapid succession. The entire process took approximately 20 seconds from the initial column failure to the final settling of debris in the basement. 20 seconds during which 5 floors of reinforced concrete, steel, furniture, fixtures, merchandise, and most horrifyingly, people, collapsed in a progressive implosion. Survivors who made it out would later describe the sound as unlike anything they had ever experienced. A deafening roar that combined the cracking of concrete, the screaming of twisted metal, the explosion of shattering glass, and the desperate screams of those caught in the collapse. The noise was so loud that it could be heard blocks away, drawing people out of their homes and businesses to see what had happened. The collapse was visible from outside the building. Witnesses watched in horror as the center of the south wing simply dropped, the floors pancaking down into the basement in a massive cloud of dust and debris. The pink exterior walls initially remained standing, creating the surreal image of a building facade with nothing behind it. Then these too began to crumble and fall. Inside the building, for those who survived the initial collapse, the experience was nightmarish. The world literally fell out from under them. Everything that had been solid became chaos. The lights went out immediately. The air filled with choking dust. The sounds of screaming and the groaning of settling debris filled the darkness. Choi Myung-sok, who had been on one of the lower floors, later described the experience. One moment he was going about his business. The next, the floor dropped beneath him and everything went dark. He felt himself falling, surrounded by debris and dust. When the movement stopped and he could think again, he found himself pinned in a small pocket of space, surrounded by concrete and twisted metal, unable to see anything in the complete darkness. For Park Seung-hyun, working in the children's department in the first basement level, the collapse came as a sudden, violent impact from above. The ceiling came down on the floor she was standing on. She was buried instantly under concrete and debris, trapped in a space so small she could barely move. In the pitch darkness, unable to see anything, feeling crushing weight all around her, she had no way of knowing if she would survive the next few seconds, let alone the next few days. Yoo Ji-hwan was in a similarly terrifying situation. The collapse buried her in the basement level, creating a tiny survival pocket where she lay surrounded by debris. In the immediate aftermath, she could hear other people nearby, fellow employees who had been buried alongside her. They called out to each other in the darkness, trying to maintain hope, trying to stay calm, trying to believe that rescue would come. Outside, in the minutes immediately following the collapse, there was initially stunned silence from the crowds that had gathered. People couldn't quite process what they were seeing. A major building, a landmark, a place where thousands shopped daily, had simply ceased to exist. In its place was a massive pile of rubble and dust, a crater where the south wing had been. Then the screaming started. Not from inside the rubble, though there was certainly plenty of that, but from the crowds outside. People who had family members shopping in the store, employees' relatives waiting to pick them up after their shifts, passers-by, who realized they were witnessing a major catastrophe with hundreds of people buried alive. The first emergency calls went out within a minute of the collapse. The Seoul Fire Department received multiple simultaneous reports of a building collapse at the Sampung department store. The scale wasn't immediately clear from these initial reports. A building collapse could mean anything from a partial wall failure to what actually occurred. But as more calls came in, all describing the same massive collapse, dispatchers began to understand they were dealing with a major disaster. The first fire engines and ambulances arrived on the scene within 10 minutes of the collapse. What they found was a scene of utter devastation. The entire center section of the south wing had collapsed into the basement, creating a crater roughly 100 meters long and spanning all 5 floors. The remaining structure was unstable, with walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Dust filled the air, making it difficult to see or breathe, and somewhere in that massive pile of concrete, steel, and debris were approximately 1,500 people, dead or alive. The immediate priority was to begin searching for survivors. Firefighters and emergency workers began carefully picking through the rubble near the edges of the collapse, looking for anyone who might have survived in air pockets or spaces between the slabs. Every movement had to be careful. The remaining structure was unstable. Any disturbance could trigger further collapse that would kill both survivors and rescuers. In the first hours, rescuers pulled out dozens of survivors from near the edges of the collapsed area. These were the lucky ones who had been near exits when the building came down, or who had been on the periphery of the collapse zone and ended up buried under less debris. Many were injured, some critically, but they were alive. Each rescue gave hope that more survivors might be found deeper in the rubble. But as the hours passed and night fell, the true scale of the disaster became horrifyingly clear. This wasn't a collapse with a few dozen casualties. This was a catastrophe that had killed hundreds. The vast majority of the 1,500 people who had been in the building when it collapsed was still buried in the rubble, and with each passing hour, the chances of finding them alive grew smaller. The collapse of the Sampung department store would ultimately be recorded as the deadliest peacetime building disaster in South Korean history. 502 people died. 937 were injured, many critically. 6 people were never found, their bodies presumably pulverized by the immense forces of the collapse or buried so deep in the rubble that they couldn't be recovered. But in those first hours after the collapse, the full death toll was unknown. All anyone knew was that something terrible had happened, that hundreds of people were trapped, and that time was running out to save them. Part 6. The First Hours, Chaos and Heroism. The immediate aftermath of the Sampung department store collapse was characterized by chaos, confusion, and remarkable acts of bravery by ordinary people who rushed to help. In the hours before organized rescue operations could be fully established, it was these volunteers, neighbors, and passers-by who saved many of the lives that would be saved. The collapse occurred at 5:57 in the evening, during the busy hours when many people were still out and about in Gangnam. The sound of the collapse, that terrible roar of failing concrete and steel, drew people from blocks around. Within minutes, hundreds of civilians had gathered at the site, and many immediately began trying to help. These early volunteers didn't have proper equipment, training, or coordination. What they had was courage and desperation. Many had family members or friends who worked at or shopped at Sampung. Others were simply moved by the cries for help coming from the rubble. They began pulling away chunks of concrete and twisted metal with their bare hands, calling out to anyone who might be buried and listening for responses. The scene was incredibly dangerous. The remaining structure was unstable, with portions of walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Electrical wires hung loose and live from the wreckage, posing electrocution hazards. Gas leaks created the risk of explosion. Sharp edges of broken concrete and twisted rebar were everywhere. But none of this deterred the volunteers who climbed over and into the rubble despite the dangers. In these first chaotic hours, many survivors were pulled from the debris by these civilian rescuers. People who were near the edges of the collapse zone, who were conscious and able to call out, were located and extracted. Some were relatively uninjured, shocked but mobile. Others had been crushed or trapped by debris and needed multiple people working together to free them. The volunteers formed human chains, passing chunks of concrete hand to hand to clear paths to trapped survivors. One particularly dramatic rescue involved a woman who was trapped under a large concrete slab with only her head and one arm visible. Volunteers worked frantically to dig around her, removing smaller pieces of debris while trying to figure out how to lift or break the slab that pinned her. They knew that moving the slab wrong could shift other debris and kill her or others who might be nearby. After nearly an hour of careful work, they managed to create enough space to pull her free. She had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, but was alive. The first emergency responders, fire trucks and ambulances from nearby stations, began arriving within 10 to 15 minutes of the collapse. but they faced immediate challenges. The narrow streets of the Gangnam district were quickly clogged with traffic as people tried to flee the area or come to help. Emergency vehicles struggled to get through. When they did arrive, they found a scene that was overwhelming in scale. The Seoul Fire Department was equipped to handle normal emergencies, apartment fires, car accidents, the occasional industrial incident. They were not prepared for a disaster of this magnitude. They didn't have enough equipment, enough personnel, or established protocols for something like this. The reality was that South Korea in 1995 had never experienced a building collapse on this scale and simply wasn't ready for it. In the first hours, rescue efforts were uncoordinated. Different fire stations and police precincts responded, but there was no unified command structure directing the overall effort. Multiple groups of rescuers worked in different areas of the collapse zone, sometimes getting in each other's way. There was no clear system for marking areas that had been searched or for tracking who had been rescued and where they had been taken. The lack of proper equipment was also a critical problem. Rescuers needed heavy machinery, cranes to lift large pieces of concrete, excavators to dig through debris, cutting equipment to get through steel reinforcement. But bringing such equipment to the site took time. It had to be transported from construction sites or equipment yards. Operators had to be located and brought to the scene. And even when the equipment arrived, it had to be used carefully because of the risk of causing further collapse or crushing survivors who might be buried nearby. Medical response was similarly chaotic. Injured survivors pulled from the rubble needed immediate medical attention, but the sheer number of casualties overwhelmed the available ambulances and nearby hospitals. There was no established triage system to prioritize the most critical cases. Injured people were taken to whichever hospital was closest or had the first available ambulance, rather than being distributed based on the severity of their injuries and the capabilities of different hospitals. Family members of people who had been in the store began arriving at the scene, desperately seeking information about their loved ones. But there was no organized system for providing information or for matching survivors with family. Some people wandered through the crowd of evacuees, hoping to spot a familiar face. Others went from hospital to hospital, checking emergency rooms. Still others simply stood at the edge of the rubble, calling out names and hoping for a response. As night fell, floodlights were brought in to illuminate the collapsed site, creating an eerie scene of long shadows and harsh light. The work continued through the night, but it was becoming clear that most of the people still buried were probably dead. The ones who had survived the initial collapse and were accessible had mostly been reached in the first few hours. Those still buried were either dead or trapped so deeply that reaching them would take days. Around midnight, approximately 6 hours after the collapse, Seoul's mayor, Choi Pyong-yeol, arrived at the scene. After consulting with fire officials and engineers, he made a controversial announcement. The rescue operation would be called off due to concerns that the unstable remains of the building could collapse further, endangering rescue workers. The announcement triggered immediate and intense backlash. Family members of the missing surrounded the mayor and city officials, demanding that rescue efforts continue. How could they give up when there might still be people alive in the rubble? The mayor tried to explain the safety concerns, that the risk of the remaining structure collapsing was very real, and that continuing rescue efforts could result in rescue workers being killed. But to the desperate families, this sounded like the authorities were abandoning their loved ones. The protest grew larger and more heated. Media coverage of the mayor's decision to halt rescue efforts sparked public outrage across Seoul and indeed across the country. Protesters began gathering at the site, refusing to leave, demanding that rescue operations continue regardless of the danger. The combination of media pressure and public anger forced city officials to reverse the decision. After several hours of protests, the mayor announced that rescue efforts would continue, but with extra precautions to try to stabilize the remaining structure. Engineering teams worked through the night to assess the stability of what was left standing and to devise ways to stabilize it. They brought in steel cables and supports to brace unstable walls. They carefully removed portions of the structure that seemed most likely to collapse, trying to make the site safer for rescue workers to operate in. By dawn on June 30th, a more organized rescue operation was beginning to take shape. Additional heavy equipment had arrived. A command structure had been established with clear chains of authority. Search areas were being systematically mapped and assigned to different rescue teams. Medical triage was being set up at the site so the most critical patients could be prioritized for transport. The chaos of the first night was being replaced with something more organized, though the scale of the disaster meant conditions were still far from ideal. But the hard reality was setting in. Most of the people who were going to be found alive had already been found. Those still buried were almost certainly dead, or buried so deep that they wouldn't be reached for days or even weeks. The operation was shifting from rescue to recovery, though no one was ready to admit it yet. As long as there was any possibility of finding someone alive, the workers would keep searching. And remarkably, against all odds, they would indeed find survivors even days and weeks after the collapse. People who had been buried alive, trapped in tiny pockets of space, surviving without food and with only rainwater to drink, somehow managing to hold on until rescuers could reach them. Their stories would become symbols of hope and human resilience in the face of unimaginable horror. Part 7. Days in Darkness. The Long Rescue. As the hours stretched into days following the Sampung department store collapse, the rescue operation transformed into a race against time. Every hour that passed decreased the chances that anyone still buried could survive. Yet rescue workers continued to find survivors, even several days after the collapse, in what can only be described as miraculous circumstances. The second day of rescue operations, June 30th, brought both hope and heartbreak. Teams of workers continued carefully excavating through the massive pile of debris, using a combination of heavy machinery for the larger pieces and hand tools for more delicate work when they suspected someone might be nearby. Every few hours, another survivor would be located and pulled from the rubble. Their rescue met with cheers from workers and families gathered at the site. But for every survivor found, many more bodies were recovered. The true scale of the disaster was becoming horrifyingly apparent. Entire sections of the building had pancaked so completely that there were no survival spaces, just layers of compressed concrete with the crushed remains of what had been on each floor. Rescue workers, many of whom were volunteers with no training for dealing with such gruesome scenes, were traumatized by what they found. The heat was oppressive. Seoul in late June is hot and humid, and the sun beat down mercilessly on the rescue workers as they labored in heavy protective gear. The smell from the rubble was becoming increasingly unbearable, a combination of building materials, leaking chemicals, and decomposing bodies. Workers had to take frequent breaks to avoid heat exhaustion and to cope with the emotional toll of the recovery effort. One of the significant challenges facing rescuers was the sheer instability of the rubble pile. The collapsed structure wasn't a stable mass. It was a chaotic assemblage of concrete slabs, steel beams, and other building materials delicately balanced against each other. Moving one piece could trigger a cascade that would bury survivors or kill rescue workers. Engineers had to constantly assess the stability and direct where excavation could safely proceed. On July 1st, 3 days after the collapse, rescue workers made contact with a group of survivors trapped together in a pocket of space in the basement. Through a small opening, they could communicate with the trapped people, who were alive but in bad condition. The problem was that reaching them required removing a massive concrete slab that was precariously balanced. Moving it wrong could crush the very people they were trying to save. For hours, engineers debated the best approach. Heavy machinery couldn't be used because the vibration might trigger a collapse. Hand tools would take too long, and the trapped people were already severely dehydrated. Finally, they decided to carefully drill through the slab to create an opening large enough to pull people through. The drilling process took most of the day, every moment agonizing for the trapped survivors and their families watching from behind barriers. When the opening was finally complete, rescue workers began pulling people out one by one. 5 people were extracted alive from that space, 4 of them in serious condition. One elderly woman died shortly after being pulled out, her body simply unable to recover from the trauma and dehydration. But 4 more survivors had been saved, and each rescue sustained the hope that others might still be found. Communications with potentially trapped survivors became a key part of the rescue effort. Workers would periodically stop all machinery and call for silence, then shout into the rubble or use listening devices, hoping to hear a response. Several times, they made contact with people who were alive but couldn't be immediately reached. These situations were agonizing for everyone involved. Knowing someone was alive but being unable to rescue them immediately was deeply frustrating. Korea Telecom set up a system where they would transmit a signal every half hour, designed to trigger any cell phones or pagers that trapped survivors might be carrying. The idea was that rescuers could listen for these devices going off and use the sound to locate buried victims. While this technology helped in a few cases, it was limited by the fact that cellular phones were not as common in 1995 as they would become in later years, and many phones' batteries were dead by this point anyway. As the days progressed, the operation increasingly shifted from rescue to recovery. By July 2nd, 4 days after the collapse, city officials were publicly stating that anyone still in the building was likely dead, and that the focus should be on recovering bodies rather than searching for survivors. However, workers continued to search thoroughly, knowing that giving up too soon could mean abandoning people who were still clinging to life. Conditions for those trapped in the rubble were almost unimaginably harsh. Complete darkness, crushing confinement, no food. The only water was rainwater that trickled down through cracks in the debris. The psychological toll of being buried alive, not knowing if rescue would come, was immense. Many who were pulled out alive described the experience as a constant battle against despair, trying to maintain hope even as hours stretched into days. Choi Myung-sok, who was trapped for 10 days before being rescued, later described his experience in interviews. He had been pinned in a small space, unable to move much but not badly injured. In the complete darkness, his mind played tricks on him. He heard sounds and couldn't tell if they were rescuers working nearby or just the settling of the debris. From his accounts, we can infer that conserving energy and oxygen became paramount concerns. Time lost meaning in the darkness. The cycle of day and night became impossible to track. According to his testimony, Choi's focus narrowed to the most elemental aspects of survival. Each breath, occasional sips of rainwater when it trickled down, maintaining consciousness. His later interviews suggest he spent considerable time thinking about his family, wondering about their search efforts, and making mental commitments about how he would approach life if he made it out. When he finally heard voices that he was certain were rescuers, not just his imagination, he used the last of his strength to make noise, banging on the concrete around him to help them locate him. When light finally broke through and he saw human faces, he could barely process that he was actually being rescued. 10 days of darkness and isolation had left him disoriented and overwhelmed. He was severely dehydrated and had lost 11 pounds, but against all odds, he was alive. Yu Jihuan had a similar ordeal, trapped for 12 days in a space so small she could barely move. Only 18 years old, she survived in a tiny pocket measuring just 4.5 feet long and 19 inches wide. She was sustained entirely by rainwater that dripped down to her location. When rescuers finally reached her on July 11th, nearly 2 weeks after the collapse, she was remarkably coherent and in relatively good physical condition considering her ordeal, though severely dehydrated and with minor injuries to her leg. The rescue workers were amazed by her survival. 12 days trapped in the rubble, with no food and only rainwater to drink, should have killed her. The fact that she was found alive and alert gave everyone involved in the rescue operation renewed energy and hope. If someone could survive 12 days, maybe others were still alive deeper in the rubble. The search continued with renewed intensity, but the most remarkable survival story was yet to come. On July 16th, 17 days after the collapse, rescue workers were systematically clearing one of the last sections of the basement when they heard something. A faint sound, possibly human. They stopped all equipment and listened. There it was again. Someone was alive down there. The rescue team worked frantically but carefully, removing debris piece by piece, constantly talking to the trapped person to reassure them and to gauge their location. As they got closer, they could make out a female voice. She was conscious, able to respond to questions. After hours of painstaking excavation, they created an opening and saw a young woman looking back at them. It was Park Seung-hyun, the 19-year-old store clerk who had been working in the children's department when the building collapsed. She had been trapped for 17 days in the darkness, buried under massive amounts of concrete and debris. She had survived by drinking rainwater that trickled down to her small survival space and by sheer force of will. When rescuers pulled her out, she was wrapped in a blanket, having lost the clothes she had been wearing. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished, but astonishingly, she had no major injuries. Just 17 days buried alive, and she walked out of that hellhole alive. Her rescue was broadcast on television across South Korea and became an international news story. She represented hope, resilience, the possibility of survival against impossible odds. Park Seung-hyun would be the last person pulled alive from the rubble of Sampung department store. Her rescue on the 17th day marked an extraordinary end to one of the most intensive rescue operations in South Korean history. In total, approximately 392 people were pulled from the wreckage alive, though many died later from their injuries, bringing the final death toll to 502. The stories of the long-term survivors like Choi, Yu, and Park captured public imagination and provided some measure of hope and redemption in an otherwise horrific disaster. Their survival demonstrated the resilience of the human body and spirit, but their experiences also highlighted the randomness and cruelty of the disaster. Why did these three survive when 500 others didn't? It came down to pure chance, to being in the right spot when the building collapsed, to ending up in one of the few spaces that didn't completely close off, to being fortunate enough to have rainwater reach them. Many survivors struggled with guilt and trauma after their rescue. They had survived while co-workers and friends had died. Some developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The psychological toll of being buried alive, of believing you were going to die, of hearing others around you dying was immense and lasting. Support systems for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea at the time, and many victims received inadequate mental health care in the aftermath. The rescue operation formally concluded in late July, more than 3 weeks after the collapse. The recovery of bodies continued for weeks beyond that. In total, the operation had involved thousands of workers, both professional rescuers and volunteers. Heavy equipment from across Seoul had been mobilized. The estimated cost of the rescue and recovery operation ran into the millions of dollars. But no amount of money or effort could bring back the 502 people who died, or the 6 whose bodies were never recovered. The Sampoong department store disaster had ended, but its impact on South Korean society was just beginning to be understood. Part 8. Investigation and Justice. Even as rescue operations continued in the days following the Sampoong collapse, investigations into what caused the disaster and who was responsible were already underway. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office took the lead, assembling a team of investigators, engineers, and forensic experts to examine every aspect of the building's construction and the decisions that led to the collapse. The investigation was exhaustive, eventually producing a comprehensive report titled The Final White Book of Finding Out the Real Truth of the Collapse of the Sampoong Department Store. This document, running hundreds of pages, meticulously detailed the structural failures, the construction shortcuts, the corrupt relationships, and the decisions on June 29th that led to such massive loss of life. The structural analysis revealed what many engineers had suspected from the beginning. The building had been doomed from its conception. The investigators confirmed that the original design had been fundamentally compromised by Lee Jun's modifications. The support columns, reduced from 80 centimeters to 60 centimeters in diameter, were simply inadequate for the loads they needed to bear. The removal of support columns to make room for escalators had critically weakened the structure. The addition of the 5th floor had added weight the building wasn't designed to support. But the most damning findings concerned the building's flat slab construction and the loads it was subjected to. Engineers calculated that the 5th floor was bearing approximately 4 times its intended design load. The heavy Ondol heating system in the restaurants, the thick concrete floor, and especially the 3 massive air conditioning units on the roof had pushed the structure far beyond its capacity. The investigators also confirmed that the air conditioning units had been negligently installed. Instead of being properly lifted into place by cranes, they had been dragged across the roof, creating significant damage. The vibrations from these units, when operational, had transmitted stress throughout the building, gradually widening existing cracks and weakening already compromised columns. Turning off the air conditioning on the day of the collapse was an attempt to reduce this stress, but by then, the damage was far too extensive for such a measure to matter. The forensic analysis of the rubble provided detailed information about the collapse sequence. The investigators confirmed that column 5E had been the initiating failure point. This column, located centrally in the 5th floor of the south wing, had completely separated from the floor slab it was supporting. The punching shear failure at this column triggered the progressive collapse that brought down the entire center section of the south wing in about 20 seconds. Material testing revealed another layer of negligence. The concrete and steel used in construction were below specifications. The concrete was weaker than it should have been, suggesting either inferior materials or improper mixing and curing. The steel reinforcement bars were thinner than building codes required. Every aspect of the actual construction cut corners and sacrificed safety for cost savings. But the investigation went beyond just the structural failures. Prosecutors delved into the corrupt relationships that had allowed such a dangerous building to be approved and operated. They examined financial records, interviewed city officials, and traced the bribes that had been paid to allow the building's illegal modifications to proceed. What they found was a web of corruption involving Lee Jun, his son Lee Han-sung, who served as the company's president, and at least 12 city officials responsible for building inspection and approval. These officials had accepted bribes totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some cases as much as $17,000 to individual officials, to approve modifications and provide certificates that the building met safety standards. The investigation also examined the events of June 29th and the decisions made by building management as warning signs became increasingly dire. Testimony from survivors and analysis of security footage revealed that Lee Jun and other senior executives had been informed multiple times throughout the day that engineers believed the building was in imminent danger of collapse. Despite these warnings, Lee Jun made the decision to keep the store open. Trial testimony from employees and managers revealed that discussions throughout the day repeatedly returned to the potential revenue loss from closing on a busy Thursday. Even when engineers explicitly recommended immediate evacuation, management resisted, initially closing only the most obviously dangerous floors while keeping the rest of the building operational. The pattern of decision-making that day suggests financial considerations weighed heavily in the response to the engineering warnings. Perhaps most damningly, the investigation revealed that Lee Jun and several other senior executives had left the building in the early afternoon, well before the collapse. They knew the danger was serious enough that they didn't want to be in the building, but they didn't order an evacuation or even inform employees and customers about the risk. They saved themselves and left everyone else behind. This revelation caused enormous public outrage when it became known. The image of wealthy executives fleeing a building they knew was about to collapse, while leaving 1,500 other people inside, became a symbol of the callous greed and disregard for human life that characterized the disaster. The public response to the investigation's findings was swift and furious. Mass protests erupted across Seoul, with thousands of people taking to the streets demanding justice for the victims. The disaster had shaken public confidence, not just in the Samsung Group, but in the entire construction industry and the government officials responsible for oversight. A broader investigation into construction practices across Seoul revealed just how widespread the problems were. A government survey of high-rise buildings in the city found that 14% were structurally unsafe and needed to be completely rebuilt. 84% required significant repairs to meet basic safety standards. Only 2% of buildings surveyed were found to fully meet codes and government safety standards. These findings were shocking, but not entirely surprising. The construction boom of the 80s and early 90s had prioritized speed and profit over safety. The results were buildings that might look impressive from the outside, but were fundamentally unsound. The Sampung collapse had been the most dramatic failure, but investigators now understood it was just the most visible example of systemic problems. On December 27, 1995, 6 months after the collapse, the first verdicts came down. Lee Jun was convicted of criminal negligence and sentenced to 10 years and 6 months in prison. This would later be reduced, on appeal, to 7 years and 6 months. His son, Lee Han-sang, was convicted of corruption and accidental homicide and sentenced to 7 years. The 12 city officials who had accepted bribes were also convicted and sentenced to various terms. These sentences ranged from 3 to 7 years, depending on the extent of their involvement and the amounts of money they had accepted. Several were also ordered to pay substantial fines. Public reaction to the sentences was mixed. Many felt that even the longest sentences were inadequate given the scale of the tragedy. 7.5 years in prison for 502 deaths seemed woefully insufficient. Others noted that at least in this case, unlike many cases of corporate malfeasance, those responsible were actually being held accountable and sent to prison. In addition to the criminal proceedings, civil cases were filed by victims' families and survivors seeking compensation. 2 months after the collapse, Lee Jun and his son submitted a jointly signed memorandum to the city of Seoul, offering their entire wealth to compensate the families of victims. This wasn't just a gesture. The Sampung Group ceased to exist as a business entity. The compensation settlement ultimately involved 3,293 separate cases, with total payouts amounting to approximately 375 billion won, roughly $300 million. These payments were distributed to victims' families and survivors over several years, with all payouts completed by 2003. For many families, no amount of money could compensate for the loss of a loved one or the trauma of survival. But the comprehensive compensation program was at least an acknowledgement of responsibility and an attempt at making amends, something that victims of corporate disasters often struggle to obtain. Lee Jun served most of his sentence, being released in 2002. He was reported to be in poor health following his release and died a few years later. His son served his full sentence and subsequently maintained a low profile, the family's business empire having been dismantled to pay compensation to victims. The legal proceedings and their outcomes sent a clear message. Those responsible for the disaster would be held accountable. This represented something of a departure from the past, when corporate leaders often escaped serious consequences for negligence that resulted in loss of life. Part 9. Reform and Legacy. The Sampung department store collapse served as a catalyst for sweeping changes in South Korea's construction industry, building codes, and disaster response capabilities. The disaster had exposed such fundamental failures in the system that the status quo was no longer tenable. Public pressure and governmental embarrassment combined to force genuine reforms. In the immediate aftermath, the South Korean government launched a comprehensive review of building safety regulations. A special task force was assembled to examine existing building codes, identify gaps and weaknesses, and propose strengthened standards. The goal was to ensure that another disaster on the scale of Sampung could never happen again. The resulting reforms touched every aspect of building design, construction, and oversight. New regulations required independent structural reviews whenever significant design changes were proposed during construction. No longer could a developer simply fire one construction company and hire another, more compliant one to implement dangerous modifications. Any major changes to approved plans now required re-evaluation by independent engineers who had no financial relationship with the project. Column specifications and load-bearing requirements were strengthened, particularly for flat slab structures like Sampung. The new codes required larger columns with more spacing restrictions to ensure adequate support. The use of flat slab construction without proper reinforcement was essentially banned for large commercial structures. Building inspection procedures were overhauled. Instead of relying primarily on initial approval with minimal ongoing oversight, the new system required periodic inspections throughout construction and random audits of completed buildings. Inspectors were given more training and resources, and penalties for accepting bribes or falsifying inspection reports were dramatically increased. The government also established new disaster response protocols. The chaos of the first hours after the Sampung collapse, with no unified command structure and inadequate equipment, had demonstrated the need for better preparation. New emergency management systems were developed specifically for large-scale disasters, with clear chains of command, pre-designated staging areas, and stockpiles of specialized rescue equipment. The disaster also revealed deficiencies in emergency medical response. The lack of triage systems and the chaotic distribution of injured patients to hospitals had hampered effective medical care. In response, South Korea developed one of the world's most advanced disaster medicine protocols, including specialized trauma centers, helicopter transport systems, and comprehensive triage procedures. Beyond the technical reforms, the Sampung disaster prompted a broader cultural reckoning about the costs of rapid development. The notion that economic growth should take precedence over safety and human welfare was increasingly questioned. The disaster became a cautionary tale used in business schools, engineering programs, and government training to illustrate the consequences of prioritizing profit over responsibility. The construction industry itself underwent significant changes. Many companies that had been operating with questionable safety practices found themselves under increased scrutiny. Some were forced out of business when their buildings were found to be structurally unsound. Others reformed their practices to comply with the new, stricter standards. The industry as a whole became more professional and safety-conscious, though problems certainly didn't disappear entirely. The question of memorializing the disaster and remembering its victims became controversial. Families of the deceased wanted a memorial built on the site where Sampung had stood, a place where they could gather to honor their loved ones. However, this proposal faced opposition from local politicians and real estate interests who argued that the land, located in one of Seoul's most expensive districts, was too valuable to be used for a memorial. This dispute revealed continuing tensions between commercial interests and public memory. After extended negotiations, a compromise was reached. A memorial would be built, but not on the Sampung site itself. Instead, the memorial was erected in Yangjae Citizens Forest, a park located approximately 4 kilometers from where the disaster occurred. The memorial, designed by Ewha Women's University professor and sculptor Kim Bong-gu, stands 12 meters high and is made of marble. It was funded by the Sampung Group as part of their compensation to victims. The design incorporates symbolic elements representing both the tragedy and the hope for prevention of future disasters. Each year on June 29th, bereaved families gather at this memorial for a ceremony remembering those who died. The land where Sampung Department Store once stood was sold to a private developer. In 2001, construction began on a luxury apartment complex called Acrovista, which was completed in 2004. Walking through the area today, there is no visible sign that a disaster killing over 500 people occurred here. The gleaming apartment towers, home to some of Seoul's wealthiest residents, have completely erased the physical traces of the tragedy. This erasure has been criticized by some as emblematic of a broader tendency to forget uncomfortable aspects of the past in favor of presenting an image of progress and prosperity. The fact that a former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk Yeol, lived in one of these apartments before moving to the presidential residence only reinforced this sense that the tragedy had been paved over and forgotten by those in power. But for the families of victims and survivors, the memory remains vivid and painful. Studies conducted years after the disaster found that many survivors continued to struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. A survey done on the 30th anniversary of the collapse found that 19 of 30 bereaved family members surveyed were still suffering from what psychologists categorized as post-traumatic embitterment disorder, a pathological reaction to negative life events characterized by feelings of injustice and helplessness. The psychological impact of the disaster extended beyond direct victims and their families. The collapse had inflicted collective trauma on South Korean society. Coming just 8 months after the Seongsu Bridge collapse, Sampung seemed to confirm fears that the rapid development of the previous decades had been built on dangerously shaky foundations. People began to question whether the buildings they worked in, the bridges they drove over, the stores they shopped in, were actually safe. This broader loss of trust in institutions and infrastructure was perhaps one of the disaster's most significant social impacts. It represented a coming of age for South Korean society, a recognition that economic prosperity meant nothing if it came at the cost of basic safety and human life. The hustle culture that had driven the nation's remarkable development was increasingly seen as having a dark side that needed to be acknowledged and addressed. The Sampung disaster has been extensively studied by engineers, architects, disaster management professionals, and social scientists. It appears in textbooks and case studies around the world as an example of how corruption, negligence, and flawed engineering can combine to create catastrophe. The technical details of the collapse have been analyzed to understand failure modes and improve building design. The social and organizational failures have been examined to improve oversight systems and corporate governance. In South Korea itself, the disaster lives on in popular culture. Songs, films, novels, and television programs have explored the tragedy from various angles. Rock band NEXT released a song in 1995 called The World We Made that reflected on the disaster and the society that produced it. The lyrics asked who should be blamed and suggested that everyone was complicit in creating a world where such disasters could occur. More recently, documentaries and dramatic series have revisited the disaster, interviewing survivors and examining the circumstances that led to the collapse. These cultural productions serve to keep the memory alive and to remind new generations of the costs of negligence and corruption. They ensure that Sampung remains a living memory rather than just a historical footnote. The reforms prompted by the Sampung disaster have undoubtedly saved lives. South Korea's building codes are now among the most stringent in the world. The country's disaster response capabilities are highly developed. While problems certainly still exist in the construction industry, nothing on the scale of Sampung has occurred in the 3 decades since. Yet questions remain about whether the lessons have been fully learned. Periodic scandals involving shoddy construction, bribery of building inspectors, and inadequate safety enforcement suggest that some of the underlying problems persist. Rapid development continues to be valued, and economic pressures can still lead to corner cutting. The challenge is maintaining vigilance and commitment to safety, even as the memory of the disaster fades. Part 10: The Human Cost. Beyond the statistics of 502 dead and 937 injured, the Sampung department store collapse represents hundreds of individual tragedies, each one a life cut short or forever changed by negligence and greed. To understand the true impact of the disaster, we need to remember that these weren't just numbers. They were people with families, dreams, and futures that were stolen from them. Among the dead were store clerks, many of them young women in their late teens or early 20s, working their first jobs. They were saving money for college, helping support their families, learning about responsibility and independence. They showed up for work on June 29th like any other day, expecting to spend their shift helping customers, restocking shelves, processing sales. They never went home. Restaurant workers on the 5th floor, many of them skilled cooks and servers who took pride in their craft, were going about their preparations for the evening dinner service when the building collapsed. Some were cooking, others were setting tables, preparing for the customers who would never arrive. The 8 restaurants on that floor were completely destroyed, their staff buried under the massive weight of the roof and air conditioning units that crashed down on them. Shoppers who had come to browse or make purchases were trapped mid-transaction. Families who had brought their children to look at toys in the children's department. Office workers stopping by after work to pick up something on their way home. Elderly shoppers who had been loyal customers since the store opened 5 years earlier. All of them became victims through the simple bad luck of being in the wrong place when a greedy developer's shortcuts finally caught up with him. The families left behind faced not just grief, but often severe financial hardship. Many victims had been breadwinners for their families. Their deaths meant not just emotional devastation, but economic catastrophe. Widows and widowers suddenly found themselves single parents struggling to make ends meet. Parents who had lost adult children faced futures without the support those children would have provided in their old age. The compensation provided by the Sampung Group, while substantial in total, was distributed among thousands of claimants and took years to fully process. In the meantime, families struggled. Some lost their homes. Children had to drop out of school. The ripple effects of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties. Survivors faced their own challenges. Many suffered permanent physical injuries, crushed limbs, spinal damage, traumatic brain injuries, organ damage from crushing injuries. Some would never fully recover, facing lives of chronic pain and disability. The young store clerk, who had been excited about her first job, now faced years of painful physical therapy and reconstructed bones. The psychological trauma was equally severe and often less visible. Survivors frequently developed severe anxiety, particularly claustrophobia and fear of buildings. Simple things like entering an elevator or standing in a crowded room could trigger panic attacks. Many experienced recurring nightmares about being trapped in darkness, unable to move, feeling crushing weight all around them. Choi Myung-seok, the survivor trapped for 9 days, struggled significantly after his rescue despite being physically relatively unharmed. He experienced survivor's guilt. Why had he lived when so many others died? He had difficulty readjusting to normal life, finding the routine concerns of everyday existence trivial compared to the life and death struggle he had experienced in the rubble. Eventually, Choi channeled his experience into a career in structural engineering. He pursued degrees in architecture and structural engineering and spent years working for a construction company, ensuring that the buildings he worked on were safe and properly constructed. His goal was to prevent anyone else from experiencing what he had gone through. He found purpose in taking his trauma and using it to make a positive difference. But not all survivors were able to find such redemption. Some struggled with depression and substance abuse. The trauma of the experience was simply too much to process and integrate into a normal life. Mental health resources for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea in the 1990s, and many people suffered without adequate support. Yoo Ji-hwan, the survivor, pulled out after 12 days, experienced her own difficulties adjusting. The media attention following her rescue was initially overwhelming. She was invited to television interviews and talk shows, asked to recount her ordeal again and again. At first, she handled it with grace, even making light-hearted comments about wanting to date one of her rescuers and drinking iced coffee after being deprived for so long. But constantly reliving the trauma through these interviews took its toll. She began to withdraw, struggling with the expectation that she should feel lucky to be alive when the experience had been so horrific and when so many others had died. Eventually, she largely removed herself from public view, focusing on building a normal life away from media scrutiny. She married and settled into a quiet existence, finding healing in privacy rather than in public remembrance. Park Seung-hyun, the last person rescued after 17 days, became the most famous survivor due to the miraculous nature of her rescue. Her story was covered extensively by international media. She represented hope, the idea that survival was possible even in the most dire circumstances. But this fame came with its own burdens. She too found the constant media attention difficult to manage. The trauma of being buried for 17 days wasn't something that could be neatly packaged into a feel-good story about human resilience. The reality was dark, painful, and traumatic in ways that didn't fit the narrative people wanted from her. She eventually sought normalcy, marrying a classmate of one of the other survivors, and building a life focused on the present rather than the past. The rescue workers and first responders who worked the site also experienced lasting trauma. Many developed post-traumatic stress disorder from the horrific scenes they witnessed and the grueling, emotionally devastating work of searching for survivors and recovering bodies. Firefighters and police officers who thought they had seen everything in their careers found the scale and horror of Sampung overwhelming. Some rescue workers described being unable to eat certain foods after the disaster because the smells reminded them of the rubble. Others had nightmares about being unable to reach people they could hear calling for help. The psychological support for first responders was inadequate, and many struggled in silence with trauma they felt unable to discuss. The bereaved families formed support groups in the aftermath, coming together to share their grief and to advocate for proper memorialization and ongoing support. These groups became important sources of comfort and community for people who felt isolated in their loss. They organized annual memorial ceremonies and pushed for reforms to prevent future disasters. But tensions sometimes emerged within these groups as well. Some families received larger compensation settlements than others, depending on the circumstances of their loss and the earning potential of the deceased. Some had recovered their loved ones' remains and were able to have proper funerals, while others never had that closure. These differences created complex dynamics within the survivor community. One particularly poignant aspect of the human cost was the number of young lives cut short. Many of the victims were in their teens or 20s, just starting their adult lives. They had barely begun to experience independence, to discover who they would become. All of that potential, all those possible futures, were erased in 20 seconds. Parents who lost children faced unique agonies. They had expected to watch their children grow up, get married, have children of their own. Instead, they had to bury them and face decades of wondering what might have been. Some parents reported that the hardest moments came during what would have been major milestones: the year their child would have graduated college, the age when they likely would have married, the time when they might have become grandparents. The disaster also claimed entire families in some cases. Instances where parents and children shopping together were all killed, where multiple siblings working in the store all perished. These losses left extended families devastated, sometimes leaving elderly grandparents without any direct descendants. The compensation settlement, while financially significant, could never truly compensate for these losses. How do you put a price on a child's life? How do you calculate the value of a future that will never exist? The money helped with practical matters, preventing financial destitution on top of emotional devastation, but it couldn't fill the fundamental void left by the deaths of loved ones. 30 years later, as bereaved families gather annually at the memorial in Yangtze Citizens Forest, the pain remains fresh for many. Time doesn't heal all wounds, it just teaches people to carry them differently. The annual memorial services are filled with tears, with offerings to the dead, with prayers and remembrances. Time has passed, and yet every year we honor those who died in the collapse. One bereaved family member said at a recent ceremony, "We just hope that South Korea will be able to become a safer country." So that hope that the sacrifice of their loved ones might lead to meaningful change that saves future lives is what many families cling to. The reforms that followed the disaster, the improved building codes, the better emergency response, all of these represent a kind of legacy for the victims. Their deaths, while senseless and preventable, at least prompted action that has likely prevented other disasters. But for the families and survivors, these policy changes remain abstract compared to the concrete, daily reality of absence and trauma. The person who isn't there for family dinners, the voice that will never be heard again, the presence that's felt only through its absence. These are the real human costs of the Sampung department store collapse, costs that can never be fully tallied or compensated. Conclusion. The Sampung department store collapse stands as one of the most preventable disasters in modern history, a catastrophe that resulted from a perfect storm of greed, corruption, negligence, and systemic failure. 502 people died not because of an earthquake, a war, or an unavoidable natural disaster, but because a developer wanted to maximize profit, because city officials accepted bribes, because warnings were ignored, and because a society prioritized rapid economic growth over basic safety. Every single death at Sampung was preventable if Li Jun had not made dangerous modifications to the building design, if Wusung Construction had not been fired for raising safety concerns, if the support columns had been properly sized, if the building had been constructed with materials meeting code specifications, if the heavy air conditioning units had not been added to the roof, if city officials had not accepted bribes and falsified inspections, if management had evacuated the building when warned it was about to collapse. If any of these failures had been prevented, the disaster would not have occurred. The tragedy of Sampung is that everyone involved knew better. Engineers warned that the design was unsafe. Construction professionals raised concerns that were ignored. On the day of the collapse, structural engineers explicitly told management the building was in imminent danger. Yet at every decision point, the wrong choice was made, the safe option rejected in favor of saving money or maintaining profit. The disaster revealed the dark underside of South Korea's economic miracle. The gleaming towers and prosperous surface concealed systemic corruption and dangerous practices. The construction boom had been built partly on shoddy workmanship, inadequate oversight, and bribes. Sampung was the most dramatic failure, but the post-collapse survey revealing that only 2% of Seoul's buildings fully met safety codes showed it was far from the only dangerous structure. In the aftermath, South Korea did implement meaningful reforms. Building codes were strengthened, inspection procedures were improved, disaster response capabilities were developed, the construction industry became more professional. These changes have undoubtedly saved lives over the past 3 decades, making the disaster a catalyst for positive change despite its horrific cost. But the question remains, have the lessons truly been learned, or have they simply faded from memory as time passes and the urgency of the disaster recedes? The families of victims worry that as Seoul's skyline continues to reach higher, as development pressures remain intense, as memories fade, the temptations that led to Sampung, the shortcuts, the bribes, the prioritization of profit over safety, might return. The memorial in Yangjae Citizens Forest exists to ensure these lessons are not forgotten. The 502 names inscribed there represent not just lives lost, but a collective commitment to remember, to learn, and to do better. Each year, as families gather to honor their dead, they remind South Korean society that the price of negligence is measured in human lives, in families destroyed, in futures stolen. For those of us watching from outside South Korea, the Sampung disaster offers its own lessons. It reminds us that regulation exists for a reason, that building codes are written in blood, that oversight and inspection are not bureaucratic hindrances, but essential safeguards. It shows us how corruption corrodes not just government efficiency, but public safety. It demonstrates that rapid development without adequate regard for safety carries enormous risks. The story of Sampung is ultimately a story about what happens when greed is allowed to operate without constraint, when profit is valued above human life, when those in power prioritize personal gain over public welfare. It's a cautionary tale that remains relevant not just in construction, but in any field where cutting corners can lead to catastrophic consequences. As we conclude this examination of the Sampung department store collapse, let us remember Park Seung-hyun trapped for 17 days in darkness, Yoo Ji-hwan surviving 12 days in a space barely large enough for her body, Choi Myung-sok's 10 days of isolation and fear. Remember the 502 who didn't make it out, whose last moments were filled with terror and pain. Remember the families still gathering at that memorial 3 decades later, still mourning, still hoping their loss meant something. And let us commit to learning from their suffering, to demanding accountability from those in power, to supporting strong regulations and rigorous enforcement, to choosing safety over profit, to valuing human life above economic growth. The victims of Sampung deserve nothing less than our determination to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. If you found this deep dive into one of history's most devastating building collapses informative and thought-provoking, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed, well-researched content about cases that matter. And please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. How the serial killer hid in plain sight. Content Advisory. This presentation discusses violent crimes, including murder and sexual assault. While graphic details have been minimized, some content may be disturbing. Listener discretion is advised. Disclaimer on victim counts. Victim counts in this presentation represent confirmed murders, unless otherwise stated. Many of these killers are suspected of additional crimes that remain unproven. When referencing victim numbers, we rely on officially confirmed cases and clearly label any speculation or unverified claims. Disclaimer on psychological analysis. Psychological interpretations in this presentation are based on expert analysis, documented interviews, and established forensic psychology research. However, the inner workings of these individuals' minds cannot be known with absolute certainty. Where psychological motivations are discussed, they represent the professional assessments of forensic experts and criminal profilers rather than established facts. The neighborhood barbecue was in full swing that warm summer evening. Children's laughter echoed across manicured lawns, while adults gathered around grills, cold drinks in hand, swapping stories about work and weather. Among them stood a man who epitomized suburban normalcy. He wore a pleasant smile, shared recipes for the perfect burger, and made sure everyone's glass stayed full. Neighbors knew him as the guy who volunteered at the local church, the one who always showed up when someone needed help with yard work or moving furniture. He was, by every visible measure, one of the good ones. But beneath that carefully constructed facade lurked something else entirely, something dark, something predatory. Because this same man, the one flipping burgers and telling dad jokes, had murdered multiple people. Their bodies lay hidden, not far from where these good people stood laughing and living their ordinary lives. The predator wasn't lurking in some distant shadow or abandoned building. The killer was right there, shaking hands and asking about your weekend plans. This is perhaps the most terrifying truth about serial killers. They don't always look like the villains we imagine. They don't always act strangely or give off obvious warning signs. Some of the most prolific and brutal murderers in history were people who successfully convinced everyone around them that they were normal, decent, even admirable human beings. They held respectable jobs, they raised families, they served their communities, and they killed, again and again and again. Tonight, we're going to explore the chilling reality of serial killers who hid in plain sight. These are the stories of men who perfected the art of the double life, who wore masks so convincing that even those closest to them never suspected the truth. We'll examine how they did it, why it worked, and what their cases teach us about the nature of predatory behavior. because understanding how these killers concealed themselves isn't just morbidly fascinating. Experts believe this knowledge may help law enforcement and communities recognize warning patterns before more lives are lost. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human psychology, where we'll meet the neighbors, the volunteers, the family men, who turned out to be something else entirely. The psychology of the mask. Before we delve into specific cases, we need to understand something fundamental about how certain killers operate. Psychologists have a term for what these individuals do. It's called compartmentalization. This is the ability to separate different aspects of one's life into mental boxes, keeping them so distinct that they never seem to touch or contaminate each other. For most of us, compartmentalization is a healthy coping mechanism. We might separate our work persona from our home persona, becoming more formal and professional at the office while being relaxed and casual with family. That's normal. That's adaptive. But for certain killers, compartmentalization becomes something far more sinister and far more complete. These individuals don't just separate different roles, they create entirely different personalities. There's the public self, the person everyone sees and knows. This version is often charming, helpful, and socially skilled. It's the face they show to neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Then there's the private self, the predator that emerges when the opportunity arises. This is the part they keep carefully hidden, the part that plans, stalks, and kills. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, the truly frightening aspect is how seamlessly some killers can switch between these personas. One moment they're genuinely engaged in normal social interaction, laughing at jokes, expressing concern for a sick friend, discussing the minutiae of daily life. The next moment, something shifts inside them, and the predator emerges. Then, just as quickly, the mask slides back into place, and they return to being the person everyone thinks they know. This ability to maintain such a convincing facade is often linked to psychopathy. Now, it's important to understand that not all psychopaths are violent, and not all violent criminals are psychopaths. But many of the killers who successfully hide in plain sight exhibit traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder. These traits include superficial charm, a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow emotional responses, and a parasitic lifestyle where they use others for their own benefit. What makes psychopathic killers particularly dangerous is something called the mask of sanity. This phrase, coined by psychiatrist Hervey Cleckley in his groundbreaking 1941 book of the same name, describes how psychopaths can present a completely normal, even appealing exterior while harboring deeply disturbed thoughts and impulses. They understand social norms not because they feel them, but because they've learned to mimic them. They're actors playing the role of a normal person, and some of them are devastatingly effective at it. These killers often possess above-average intelligence, which they use to study and replicate normal human behavior. They watch how people react to tragedy and learn to fake the appropriate emotional response. They observe what makes someone trustworthy and adopt those characteristics. They're essentially emotional frauds, counterfeiting feelings they don't actually experience to blend into society. There's also typically a strong element of narcissism at play. Research suggests that many of these killers believe they're fundamentally superior to others, that ordinary rules don't apply to them. This grandiosity fuels both their crimes and their confidence that they won't be caught. They think they're smarter than law enforcement, cleverer than their neighbors, more cunning than anyone who might suspect them. And sometimes, terrifyingly, they're right, at least for a while. Another crucial factor is the element of control. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, many serial killers are primarily motivated by a need for power and dominance rather than sexual gratification alone. But maintaining a normal facade requires control as well, just a different kind. They must control their impulses in public, control their words and expressions, control the information others have access to. Research suggests this need for control may extend to every aspect of their lives, creating an existence that is simultaneously meticulously organized and horrifyingly violent. The social context matters too. Research has shown that these killers often thrive in environments where people want to trust each other, where the default assumption is that your neighbor, your co-worker, your fellow church member is basically good. They exploit our desire to see the best in people, using our own optimism and communal trust against us. In tight-knit communities where everyone knows everyone else, the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone familiar can be overwhelming. Our brains resist believing that someone we know could be capable of such horrors. It's also worth noting that many of these killers insert themselves into positions that inherently command trust. They become teachers, coaches, volunteers, religious leaders, roles that society has been conditioned to respect and trust. These positions provide not only cover but also access to potential victims. They create situations where questioning someone's motives feels somehow inappropriate or even offensive. The phenomenon of hiding in plain sight reveals something uncomfortable about human nature and social dynamics. We rely on shortcuts and assumptions to navigate our social worlds. We can't deeply investigate every person we interact with, so we use surface indicators. Does this person seem normal? Do they fit in? Do others vouch for them? To make quick judgments about trustworthiness. Serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight have figured out how to game this system, presenting exactly the right indicators while concealing their true nature. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial not just for law enforcement, but for anyone who wants to better understand how predatory individuals operate. Experts emphasize that while we cannot always identify dangerous individuals by appearance or surface behavior, awareness of these patterns can contribute to improved community safety and more effective investigation strategies. Now, with this psychological framework in mind, let's examine specific cases that illustrate these principles in action. We'll start with a man who maintained his cover for over 30 years, fooling his family, his friends, his church congregation, and his entire community while committing some of the most brutal murders in American history. Dennis Rader, the church president with a terrible secret. Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9, 1945, in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the first of 4 sons born to Dorothea May Cook and William Elvin Rader. His father worked for Kansas Gas Service and was a former United States Marine. His mother worked as a bookkeeper. The family attended Zion Lutheran Church in Pittsburgh, where Dennis was baptized as an infant. By all external appearances, the Rader family was typical of countless American families in the post-war era, working class, church-going, and unremarkable. His childhood appeared outwardly normal, though he would later claim, and it's important to note these are his own self-serving claims, that he'd been born with violent sexual fantasies. Psychologists note that such claims often serve to minimize personal responsibility and should be understood within that context. Rader would also later claim to have tortured and killed animals as a child, including hanging stray cats, though the extent of these early behaviors remains difficult to verify independently. As a young man, Rader seemed unremarkable. He joined the United States Air Force in 1966, serving until 1970 and achieving the rank of sergeant. During his service, he received training and experience that would later prove useful in his crimes: discipline, attention to detail, and the ability to follow procedures meticulously. He returned to Kansas after his service and attended Wichita State University, eventually earning a degree in administration of justice in 1979. The irony of a serial killer studying criminal justice would later be noted by many observers. It was during this period that he met Paula Dietz, who worked as a secretary for the American Legion. They married on May 22, 1971, in a ceremony held at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, the same church where Rader would later become a pillar of the congregation. Together, they would have 2 children, a son, Brian, born in 1975, and a daughter, Kerry, born in 1978. By all outward appearances, Dennis Rader was building a stable, respectable life. He worked as an assembler for the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor recreational products. He attended church regularly at Christ Lutheran Church, becoming increasingly involved in the congregation. He was active in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader. He was, by every metric his neighbors could see, a good man, perhaps a bit rigid and particular about rules, but certainly not dangerous. In 1974, Rader obtained a position with ADT Security Services, installing home security systems. The irony would later be almost unbearable for his clients and community. The man charged with protecting their homes was the very threat they sought protection from. Co-workers at ADT nicknamed him Blue Book Man because he always followed the rules meticulously and scolded others for even making small talk during work hours. He worked this job for several years before joining the Park City Compliance Department in 1991, where he became a code enforcement officer, essentially a bureaucrat who enforced city ordinances, wrote citations for code violations, and measured grass that was too long. This position suited Rader perfectly. It gave him a modicum of authority, allowed him to enter people's properties, and provided a legitimate reason to be driving through neighborhoods, observing homes and residents. His co-workers would later describe him as officious, someone who relished his small amount of power, perhaps a bit too much. He was known to be inflexible about rules, measuring lawns with precision and issuing citations for even minor violations. He reportedly chased stray animals while carrying a tranquilizer gun, taking his duties perhaps more seriously than necessary. But overzealousness about city codes didn't make someone a murderer. It just made them annoying. Rader's involvement with Christ Lutheran Church deepened over the years. He served in various capacities, eventually becoming the congregation president in January 2005. He was responsible for administrative duties, congregation meetings, church finances. He was trusted with the most mundane and intimate details of church operations. People confided in him about their struggles, their doubts, their fears. He counseled them, prayed with them, presented himself as a pillar of faith and community. But there was another Dennis Rader, a secret Dennis Rader, one that had been active since January 15th, 1974. On that frigid winter morning, The Otero family went about their normal routines in their Wichita home. Joseph Otero, age 38, worked for the Coleman Company, the same company where Rader had briefly worked. Julie Otero, age 34, was his devoted wife. They had 5 children together, building the kind of family life that represented the American dream. That morning, 9-year-old Joseph Jr., 11-year-old Josephine, and their siblings were in various states of waking up for school. Dennis Rader had been watching the house. He'd seen the family's routines, knew their schedules. According to his later confessions, he had been stalking Julie Otero since December 1973, apparently developing an obsession with her. When he knocked on the door that morning, the Oteros let him in, perhaps believing he needed help, perhaps thinking he was from the telephone company, as he would later claim to have told them. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions. Using weapons he'd brought with him, Rader methodically restrained the family members. He killed Joseph Otero Sr. by strangulation with a cord. He killed Julie Otero the same way. 9-year-old Joey was also strangled. The systematic nature of the murders stood in stark contrast to any image of passion or sudden rage. This was calculated, planned, methodical. Then, Rader took 11-year-old Josephine to the basement, where he killed her. The crime scene was staged in a way that suggested sexual motivation, though Rader's actual intent was about power and control. When investigators arrived at the Otero home later that day, after family members discovered the bodies, they found a scene of calculated brutality that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. The community was shocked. The Oteros were a good family, well-liked, with no apparent enemies. Who would do such a thing? Why would anyone target an entire family, including children? The randomness of it made it even more terrifying. If the Oteros could be victims, anyone could. But after committing these horrific murders, Dennis Rader didn't flee the state or go into hiding. He went home to his wife Paula, who was pregnant with their first child. He went to work at the Coleman Company. He attended church. He helped neighbors. He lived his normal life as if nothing had happened. He even took a watch from the Otero home as a souvenir, beginning a pattern he would continue throughout his killing career. This ability to commit savage murder and then seamlessly return to mundane normalcy is what Rader would later describe, using his own terminology, as cubing. Though forensic psychologists note this is his own term for what is clinically known as dissociation or extreme compartmentalization. He claimed to be able to separate his life into distinct compartments that never touched: work Dennis, church Dennis, family Dennis, and what he called his Factor X, or his demon. Experts emphasize that such self-serving explanations should be viewed critically, as they often serve to minimize the killer's responsibility for their conscious choices. 3 months after the Otero murders, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck again. Catherine Bright, a 21-year-old woman who also worked at the Coleman Company, was home with her brother Kevin when Rader broke in. He shot Kevin Bright, who survived despite serious injuries and would later provide descriptions to police. Rader then murdered Catherine by stabbing her multiple times. The attack was brutal and prolonged. Catherine fought for her life, sustaining numerous defensive wounds before succumbing to her injuries. Kevin Bright's survival and his ability to describe the attacker should have led to Rader's capture, but somehow the investigation didn't connect him to the crime. Then, something happened that would define the BTK case for the next 30 years. Dennis Rader wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted recognition. He wanted people to know what he'd done and to acknowledge his work. On October 22, 1974, a Wichita Eagle reporter received a phone call directing him to a book at the Wichita Public Library. Inside that book was a letter describing the Otero murders in detail that only the killer could know. The letter was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, describing the crimes as though they were ordinary events. At the bottom, the author had provided a name for himself: BTK, bind, torture, kill. The letter stated, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." This would become his signature. Over the years, BTK would send numerous letters to media outlets and police, taunting them, providing details of murders, sometimes sending items belonging to victims. He seemed to crave the attention, the notoriety, the knowledge that the entire city was talking about him, even though they didn't know who he was. But despite this correspondence, BTK would remain unidentified for decades. And during those decades, Dennis Rader continued his double life. In 1975, his son Brian was born. Rader was present for the birth, a devoted father from the start. He coached Brian in Little League, attended his school events, helped with homework. Brian would later describe his father as strict but loving, someone who enforced rules but also spent quality time with his children. Rader killed again in 1977. On March 17th, Shirley Vian, a 26-year-old mother of 3 young children, was murdered in her home. Shirley was sick with the flu that day, lying in bed when Rader forced his way into the house. He told her children, ages 5, 7, and 8, that he was wanted by the police and needed to hide. He locked them in the bathroom, telling them he would harm their mother if they came out or made noise. The children huddled together in terror, hearing sounds from outside, but not understanding what was happening. Rader killed Shirley in her bedroom while her children waited just feet away. When he left, the children eventually emerged to find their mother dead. The psychological trauma inflicted on these children, who survived but lost their mother in such a terrifying way, is immeasurable. On December 8, 1977, Rader broke into the home of Nancy Fox, a 25-year-old woman who lived alone. Nancy worked at a jewelry store and was known for her friendly personality. Rader killed her by strangulation with a belt. Then, in a display of his twisted arrogance, he used her own phone to call the police and report the homicide, directing them to her address. He wanted them to find his work. He wanted credit. The phone call was brief and matter-of-fact, demonstrating his complete lack of remorse or emotional connection to his victim. After the Fox murder, BTK went silent. Not because he'd stopped thinking about killing, not because he'd experienced remorse, but because, as he would later explain, his life circumstances had changed in ways that made murder more difficult. In 1978, his daughter Kerry was born. His children were growing up. His wife was more aware of his movements. His job demanded more of his time. The compartmentalization required more effort. But he didn't forget. He kept souvenirs from his victims, photographs, identification cards, items of clothing. He revisited these items regularly, using them to relive his crimes in his imagination. He would later admit to creating elaborate fantasies and even detailed drawings of potential future victims during this dormant period. The years passed. 1978, 1979, 1980. No new BTK murders. Wichita began to relax slightly, though the terror of those few years in the mid-1970s had never truly faded. Parents still warned children. Women still checked their locks obsessively, but life moved on as it must. The BTK task force remained active, but with diminishing resources as other crimes demanded attention. Then, in 1985, BTK resurfaced. On April 27th, Maureen Hedge, a 53-year-old neighbor of Rader's, was killed in her home. Maureen lived just 6 doors down from the Rader family on the same street. Rader had watched her, knew her routines. He broke in during the night, killed her, removed her body to take photographs in a remote location, and then returned the body to her home. The level of planning and risk-taking indicated a killer who felt completely confident in his ability to evade capture. The fact that he targeted his own neighbor demonstrated his complete lack of fear and his belief in his own superiority. On September 16, 1986, Vicky Wegerle, a 28-year-old woman, was murdered in her home, while her young 2-year-old son was present in another room. Vicky was a pianist and homemaker. Rader had posed as a telephone repairman to gain entry, part of what he would later call Project Piano. After killing Vicky, he left as calmly as he'd arrived, confident that his disguise and planning had protected his identity. Her murder wouldn't be officially connected to BTK until years later. The final confirmed BTK murder occurred on January 19, 1991. Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman, was abducted from her home, killed with her own pantyhose, and her body left under a bridge. Dolores was a beloved grandmother in the community. After this murder, BTK went silent again. For 13 years, there were no letters, no communications, no confirmed killings. The case grew cold. Investigators retired. The city moved on, though the shadow of BTK never entirely lifted. During all these years, Dennis Rader lived his normal life with remarkable success. He raised his children. Brian and Kerry Rader had a father who attended their school events, helped with homework, enforced household rules with perhaps more rigidity than most parents, but nothing that seemed abnormal. They had family dinners, they went on vacations, they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Paula Rader had a husband who went to work, came home, handled household repairs, and seemed like a typical middle-aged man settled into the routines of suburban life. If she noticed anything unusual, she didn't recognize it as evidence of murder. His co-workers at the Park City Compliance Office knew Dennis Rader as the guy who took his job very seriously, maybe too seriously. He was meticulous about city codes, inflexible about enforcement, the kind of person who'd measure your grass with a ruler and write a citation if it exceeded the permitted height by half an inch. Some found him irritating. Others thought he was just doing his job thoroughly. No one thought he was a serial killer. His church congregation knew him as Brother Dennis, devoted to Christ Lutheran Church, always present at services, reliable for administrative tasks, eventually trusted enough to become congregation president. He led council meetings. He managed church finances. He represented the congregation in community interfaith activities. He was, by all accounts, a dedicated member of the Christian community. But in 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK suddenly began communicating again. The Wichita Eagle ran a story marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, and Rader would later explain that he was kind of bored and concerned that his work would be forgotten. Investigators believe his need for recognition overcame his caution. He began sending letters to media outlets again, including items from old crime scenes to prove his identity. What followed was a cat-and-mouse game between BTK and law enforcement. Rader sent numerous communications over the next year, some in cereal boxes, possibly a reference to serial killer, containing drawings, photographs, written descriptions of murders, and even dolls posed to mimic his victims. He seemed to be playing a game, testing the police, enjoying the renewed attention his crimes were receiving. In one of his communications, Rader made a fatal error. He asked police if they could trace information on a floppy disk. The police, hoping to encourage him to send a disk, lied and said no, they couldn't trace it. Trusting this response and displaying a surprising naivety for someone who'd evaded capture for 30 years, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a television station. Forensic analysts examined the disk and found deleted metadata that included the name Dennis and a connection to Christ Lutheran Church. This led investigators directly to Dennis Rader. They obtained a DNA sample from his daughter Kerry's medical records at a university clinic. She had had a routine pap smear, and compared it to DNA evidence from the crime scenes. The match was conclusive. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested outside his home in Park City, Kansas, on his lunch break from his compliance officer job. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Rader reportedly responded, "Oh, I have suspicions why." Even in the moment of his capture, there was an almost casual quality to his demeanor, as if being arrested for serial murder was just another item on his day's schedule. The arrest shocked everyone who knew him. His family was devastated. Paula Rader filed for an immediate emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. Their marriage was dissolved as quickly as the legal system allowed. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. The psychological trauma of discovering that the man she'd been married to for 34 years was BTK is difficult to comprehend. Their children, now adults, had to reconcile the father they'd known with the serial killer he actually was. Brian and Kerry Rader have largely stayed out of public life since their father's arrest, attempting to build lives separate from the horror of his legacy. Kerry Rawson, she took her married name, eventually wrote a book in 2019 titled A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and participated in the 2025 Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, where she shared her quest for answers and healing. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from jail, he showed a disturbing mix of fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl, I raised right, and life before the arrest was a good time, and the dark side took me away," as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry described the agonizing process of trying to reconcile the loving father she remembered with the killer he actually was. The congregation at Christ Lutheran Church was stunned. This man they'd trusted, who'd managed their church, who'd represented their faith community, he'd been BTK all along. Some members struggled with profound questions about faith, about how they could have been so thoroughly deceived, about what it meant that they'd prayed alongside a serial killer. Rader's co-workers reported feeling disturbed and betrayed. They'd worked alongside him for years, shared breaks with him, attended office parties with him. The code enforcement officer who measured grass and wrote parking tickets had murdered 10 people. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. During his interrogation and subsequent court proceedings, Rader was unnervingly cooperative and detailed in describing his crimes. He showed no genuine remorse, instead seeming almost proud of his ability to have hidden for so long. He explained his methods, his planning, his motivations with a clinical detachment that forensic psychologists found characteristic of psychopathic personality disorder. He spoke about his victims as though they were objects, projects he'd completed. He detailed his trolling process, how he'd search for potential victims, how he'd plan his attacks, how he'd relive the crimes through his souvenirs. On June 27, 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. On August 18, 2005, he was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, one for each of his confirmed victims. Kansas had no death penalty at the time his crimes were committed, so life imprisonment was the maximum sentence. He will never be eligible for parole. He is currently incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he will remain for the rest of his natural life. The BTK case represents one of the most disturbing examples of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. For over 30 years, Dennis Rader maintained a completely normal public existence, while secretly being one of America's most brutal killers. His ability to compartmentalize, to separate his murderous activities from his daily life, allowed him to fool everyone around him: his family, his church, his community, his co-workers. When people think about serial killers, they often imagine someone who looks or acts obviously disturbed. But Dennis Rader looked like everyone's neighbor. He looked like a church leader. He looked like a typical middle-aged man living an ordinary life in the heartland of America. And that's precisely what made him so dangerous and so successful at evading capture for so long. The victims of BTK deserve to be remembered as more than just entries in a killer's ledger. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving father who'd brought his family to Wichita for better opportunities. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who worked at the Coleman Company. Joseph Otero Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had his whole life ahead of him. Josephine Otero, age 11, was a bright student with a promising future. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with hopes and dreams. Shirley Vian, age 26, was a mother doing her best to raise 3 young children. Nancy Fox, age 25, was independent and hardworking. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a kind neighbor. Vicky Weigel, age 28, was a talented pianist and mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. They were people with families, hopes, dreams, and futures that Dennis Rader stole from them. Their names and their humanity must